Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. Greetings, family. This is Bomani Tyehimba of Africa for the Africans Tourism Investment, and I'm here with my good brother, Kala Genesis of the Black African Infrastructure Organization. And family, we are the kings of Pan-Africanism, moving you towards nationhood. Greetings, my good brother. How's the day going? Are you excited? Are you ready for another dynamic topic?
Oh, you know I am, brother.
Absolutely. So, family, this is the topic for the night: how an Afrikstan will help build the African economy, the future of Black nation building in Africa. The Afrikstan analysis, and you're live with Bomani and Kala. Yes, my good brother. So we're gonna get into it, family. So be prepared, and if you have questions or you want to come in and talk with Kala or or anything else, we'll drop the link later on, and we're just gonna give you another dynamic presentation. So before I continue, let me share some details with you as far as our upcoming Africa tour schedules. So for anyone out there that's looking to take the journey of a lifetime and connect with us in Africa and be a part of the future of what we're building, which is using the world of Africa tourism to connect us to investment and connect us to building a strong connection between Black people in the Americas and the African continent. All right, so family, this is our website, Africa for the Africans.org. And once you're on our website, you'll see the big, beautiful banner, Africa for the Africans Tourism Investment. Yeah, if you're on a desktop or if you're on your laptop, this is the view that you'll see with the wonderful slideshow with incredible pictures from 2006 to 2023 that showcases all around the African continent, showing you our tour members, showing you all our movements as far as what we do, so you can just get a vivid feeling. So all aspects of life and roots, culture, business, networking, all those things what we share with you. An incredible paradise. Land, air, sea will get you there. To the left, we have the MP3 player. So this is nice cultural music, nice soul music, our music as a people, and energy that's to connect you to the experience. So once you scroll down, you see all the details and the website get right to the point. So I'm always telling everyone, if you're looking to travel with us or if you're open to looking at information about our Africa tourism investment, this is the best place to start. We have all of our schedules up, all the details are right there. So you can just get right to the point and click on one of the links based on your interest of the tour and the time the tour is taking place. So you'll see the country and dates, and you click on it, it'll give you a full tour program. And once you're on the main menu, you'll see other supporting documentation, including our investment, which is Black Star, Repatriation, and Pan-African Community. And scroll down, you'll see our Africa tour books. This is our program guide that we write that introduce you and get you ready. And also it's your book with your updated details while you're on tour, with your schedules and preparation information and this need to know and a whole lot of other introductions. So that's a printed version we get you, and also we just have a digital copy. Newsletters for those who want to sign up for email lists or get the newsletters. That's the link right there. And you go further down, you see a link for repatriation, consultation, and relocation support. So for those who are looking to make these moves to Africa and you're not clear about what you're getting yourself into, or you want some guidance or some consultation, or just want to have a conversation, that's the link right there. It'll give you all of the things that we go over, and we get you prepared. And sometimes consultation and details, it's just make sure that you're prepared and just connect you with good people, because we get tired of seeing people just destroy their lives by making moves and have no support, and then this being running into vultures when you get to places. So it's one of those things where no matter where you go in the world, you can run into good people, you can run into some crazy stuff, but the most important thing is just getting an organized game plan And these are the countries that we have experience in, and we have people that we know all over the African continent. And so that's our foundation, especially in countries like Ghana, where we have built a foundation. Exclusive safaris, and this is with our Tanzania tour staff, and they'll take you to all these incredible parts of Tanzania. And this will be more than just the one-day national park that we have. These are full safaris, 3 to 5 days. So you can do it before you travel with us or after you travel with us, or you can do it this standalone. But those are the things that we just look into this, get you connected with some good experience in the African continent. And once you scroll down some more, you'll see our tour schedule. And if you scroll down some more, you see about us, contact us, things like that. But about us, that's my bio. That's our company information, our mission and vision statement. So you can always click on it and check it out and get to know more about us. All right, so the schedule that we have coming up is a Tanzania Roots and Culture Tour, November 16th to the 27th. And we're leaving in about 2 months. So that journey is set, and we have a nice group of people ready to make our 4th Tanzania Roots and Culture Journey of a Lifetime. So we're going to be making our way around from Arusha to Zanzibar Island to Dar es Salaam. So all aspects of just excitement in Tanzania. South Africa, that's in 3 months, and that is December 24th to January 4th. So these are back-to-back journey, and this will be our second journey of a lifetime to South Africa. The last one was November 2019. So it's been some years, but a lot of things are settled now. So we're ready to make that move again, and this will be my 4th journey to South Africa altogether. In 2024, we're going to set off the year with our featured Journey of a Lifetime. That's the Liberia Reconnection and Investment Tour, March 29th to April 9th. So we have that journey set. And we have a nice size group and looking to just add more people to that journey. And that journey also includes a business and investment conference, a lot of networking, and also just showcasing land and showcasing just future investment opportunities. That's our goal, to just get our minds open. Then we're set for our Ghana Repatriation Investment Tour. This is our 24th Journey of a Lifetime, and this is July 11th to the 23rd of next year, right in the middle of the summer. So for those who always want to take this journey and you just needed a summer dates, this is a perfect summer dates, and we're just looking to get things going on now. That way we can be prepared for next year. So these journeys are first 2 journeys are a go, and the other 2 we're just building the group some more. So that is our setup for our next 4 journey. And we're going to venture off to Egypt for the Roots and Culture journey. That's November 21st to December 2nd, 2024. So that will be our first Egypt journey of a lifetime and my second time in Egypt. And that mark there in 2024 will be 20 years of traveling to the African continent and 18 years doing this business as far as Africa for the Africans Tourism Investment. So we're well experienced and have an incredible network to get you connected. And the greatest thing of all is that everything that you're looking at as far as the schedule, we have videos and documentation of our previous journeys. That way you can just see the flow of how things go and and we record everything. So all aspects of the journey is recorded, so you can just see what get an idea of what to expect and experience, and see how the people look and how people move and what people are wearing and all those things. So the site is designed, and the support and documentation is designed to just get you prepared, get you ready, get you clear. And so we're always looking for serious people. And if you just want to talk and ask questions, reach out. My information is all over the site, all over these pages. Anything that you see with our business information, it give you direct contacts. That way you can just reach out directly, and we can talk, connect from whether it's video calls, meetup, or just conversation on the phone, and get you started. So that is our schedule for our 2 journeys for this year remaining, and 3 journeys for next year. And as we finish a few more of these journeys, we'll just add to the schedule and keep schedules available up to 1.5 to 2 years. That way more and more people could be prepared. So basically we always have a journey going out from the next few months to several months to over a year. So basically every few months we have journeys. We have incredible schedule, at least one every season. And once you scroll all the way down past all the documentation, this will give you all of the information for updated conference calls. Next one, September 24th. So we always have conference calls for the different tours, for all the tours in general, for the land investment. And those things are all recorded, documented, and they're all on the social pages, YouTube for videos. And once you pass, scroll down, these are all of the links. That's from Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, just our documentation to share with our people around the world. Now, this is the list of all of the groups that have traveled with us. This is from the last journey, Ghana, May 2023, Senegal and the Gambia, April 2023, and then goes back 17 years all the way to 2006. So these are the happy faces and happy energy. And as you can see, this is a journey that's dedicated to us as a people to get us connected properly to the African continent. So as you scroll down, and this is our energy that we're built from the ground up. And our goal is just to keep on working on it, building, growing it. And then this enterprise to the highest level to where we as a people can expand and work with other networks of our brothers and sisters around the planet. And that's what we mean by building a global Black business pipeline. Yeah, so all these journeys that you're scrolling down to, this is over 30 different journeys. And from 2003 back to 2017, what you see is multiple journeys per year. And from 2006 to 2016, what you see is this solo journey, one journey a year. So that's the work we had to put into build and get this far. And this has been an incredible experience. And that's how we grow, family. We grow in our experience. There you go. So that is our first group, December 2006. And this banner for our Liberia Reconnection Investment Tour. Once you click on this link, it'll take you to that journey. So yes, family. So anyone looking for more information, this is our website right there, africafortheafricans.org, and that will get you connected to the journey of a lifetime. And my number is at the bottom here, scrolling through. All right, so family, you have all the information you need to connect with us. So reach out, connect, and let's build the energy strong in Africa. So yeah, so let's get back to our regular scheduled program with Kala Genesis, and let me switch over. And family, this is our topic tonight, is how an Afrikstan will help build the African economy, the future of Black nation building in Africa. So we're gonna break down Afrikstan analysis. So yes, Kala, my good brother, set it off. Let me know how you want to start things off.
Well, I sent you a bunch of videos about micronations, you know, how Europe has a bunch of countries people don't even know about that exist. They got a recognized flag and everything like that. I think we're in the diaspora are poised to really be successful at building micronations on the African continent. Now, the problem is that you got a lot of people in Africa. Oh, you come here to build, dude. You know, you have people in Europe, right, that just built micronations. The Vatican's a micronation. You know, Luxembourg, a micronation, right? It means a geopolitical entity that has its own geopolitical global interest, right, on its own territory. And I think, to be honest with you, people who oppose to this, right, you would think after everything we went through the transatlantic slave trade, that's the least people could, if not support, but don't be opposed to it. You know, everything I see, now my observation, right, is that when you talk to, every time you see countries in Africa, when they engage Black America, it's always how they could benefit. When I listen to Akon, I listen to people in Ghana, oh, Black America. It's always how they can gain from Black America, right? And we get nothing out of it. We don't, our geopolitical position in the world doesn't change, you know? We gain no more power. Actually, to tell you the truth, by basically going along with current governments in Africa that are corrupt, that are puppets and everything, we actually become weaker, right? Because we risk, when we talk about geopolitics, right? We're risking what we have in America, our position in America. If you're going to risk what you have in America, right, you got to make sure that you guys, it's like anything. This is common sense. Thomas Paine wrote the thing, common sense, right? If you're going to basically say, if somebody's going to say, you know, somebody need a new job, right? Or I'm tired of my job, whatever like that, I'm reaching out to my job, right? Wouldn't you make sure that that new job is going to be sustainable? It's not going to collapse in 2 years where you got to go back to your current job. Wouldn't you want a job or opportunity where you could be completely free or completely transition? That just makes common sense, right? And what I'm saying right now, I don't see any situation in the repatriation community where Black people are actually doing well, that's sustainable. And I'm just being honest, you know. I don't see millionaires being created. I don't see us at the table as far as like the infrastructure, and I see us beholden to globalist institutions like the IMF, the World Bank, the UN, and all these other institutions and everything. So I'm saying, who speaks on behalf? The whole idea of an Afrikstan is to give the Black people in the West who live under white-dominated countries like the United States and everything a voice. And when you have a nation state or a micronation, whatever like that, you have some sort of voice in the world, right? You have a diplomacy, you have relationships, you're in a position of power, position of strength. What is absolutely wrong with that? You know, so people say, no, just go and assimilate to that. You cannot assimilate into another society. If that was the case, in African societies, we're thriving right now. You got countries in Africa that are in turmoil because of ethnicity and borders that don't make sense and everything. So why would we want to put ourselves in that situation? The idea of an Afrikstan, tonight the topic is how this idea of an Afrikstan, when I when say Afrikstan, we mean a municipality, a town, city, state, whatever, right? And it could be several of them, a confederation of several of them that have their own geopolitical currency, their own flag, their own everything. And they can engage the world from a position of power and strength. How is that basically hurting anybody? We're going to talk tonight about how that could actually strengthen Africa and build the African economy. Okay, that's what we want to talk about tonight. And so, so all our detractors, I'm going to wait until some of the usual suspects get here and start. Oh well, I've never worked assimilating. No. People who talk about just assimilating to Africa really don't want to see it succeed. The best thing Black people in the West could do is basically, okay, you can go to different African countries, right? But you're not going to have any sort of power. You're not going to have any sort of thing. If I want to go to a place where I have no voice, no vote, no power, I could stay right here in the United States. Black people in the West have too much in us, too much thought, too much that we we influence the world too much to just die, wither and die. Our mind, the African American mind, cannot die. This mind and everything that gave so much to the world cannot just sit there and wither and peter out on the vine and die. It has to manifest itself where it can build this sort of nation state that can be really a force to liberate the world because of what we went through in America. We can't just go back to Ghana and become Ghanaians. You know, we can't do that because Ghana is trying to solve its own identity issues and stuff like that. So we need something that basically says to the world, this is a constitution. This is who we are. This is why we came here. This is what we are. This is our thing to the world. And I say the question, I always say like this. I don't want to be forever having another race of people as my enemy. I want to one day free Black people. And one day, with the Afrikstan, the whole idea and my ideology, my opinion is I also want to free the white man too. So the white man carries his burden around because of slavery and everything right there. And we're going back and forth and everything, like who's to blame and everything. Wouldn't it be great to settle this by having our own nation and everything like that? Once we have our own nation, we have everything we need, and build our own nation, that we have our own identity, our own flag and everything like that, then we can begin the healing process between the people who enslaved us and everything. It could be in form of them paying back restitution, reparations, everything like that. It's a whole new level. We have a government that speaks for us, a government that basically recognizes our history, the government that recognizes all the pitfalls and everything that we endured in America, and a government that wants to get us to the next level. Like everybody else, every other group of people, they have a land and a government, right? If the government's smart and the government's intelligent and the people are intelligent or not, that country will succeed. But you only do it when you are organized as a state, as a nation state. There's no other group of people that basically can thrive without a government, without a system, without being a people. And Black America could try to beat itself over the head all the time. We're never going to reach the pinnacle of what we are, basically living under the rule and the thumb of another race of people and being another minority group. Now you say, well, people come from all the world. That's fine. I believe African immigrants could come over here and they could be happy. They're in different circumstances. I believe Caribbeans could come to America and be happy. Everything. Black America, to us to be happy, we have to turn our backs on other ancestry. We have to forget slavery. Other people come here, they're not burdened. They don't have a burden of their ancestors being enslaved in America. So they basically could say, okay, I embrace America and everything and get along. But Black America, no matter how much we have in America, no how much success we have in America, it's always in our mind that this country basically put us in chains. This country enslaved us. This country was written, the Constitution country was written with not us in mind. There were no Black men at the founding of this country. There were no Black men passing the amendments of this country that govern us. Every time America went to war, there were no Black men. We weren't consulted about anything. So therefore, you cannot have a group of people who now really are a nation. And Black America is a nation. You don't generate $1.4 trillion, produce the world's first Black billionaire, create thousands of inventions and all this stuff like this, and influence the world through music, art, and culture and everything, and say you're not a people. It don't work like that. So what you see is, because we're not becoming a nation, you see Black America dying. What you see right now, the killing, the murder, the crime, and everything, is a people that's dying. And the only thing that's going to save Black America is a land and a nation of your own. So that's what I want to start with.
Well, excellent, Brother Kala. Excellent introduction. So with that, what we can do is just play one of the videos about micronations, and then we can just continue from there. So let me know if you want to do that. And I got a few of them up. I can start with a basic one. This one is titled, what's the best one I saw? This one is called How to Micronation, the basic. Quick. And then you have one with the top 10 micronations and so on. So we can play them back to back. So that is it right there. How to micronation. Interesting topic, right? Perfect.
Exactly.
So we're gonna start here with the foundation, family. And when you listen to these things, you can kind of, let us know if let us know if you don't think Kala is on the right path, because all the things that these videos are going to talk about are going to be the same thing that you hear our good brother talk about Afrikstan.
Independence needs three basic things, but almost no micronation has all three. First one is citizens, the second one is economy, and the third is space. All of these things come together to form the basis of what we call your nation's culture. Now, culture is defined as the customs, art, social institutions, and achievements of a particular nation, people, or other social group. And by that definition, culture is how nations are recognized and valued. So the largest oldest, and most powerful nations in the world also have some of the richest and most diverse cultures in the world. And the most famous period in a nation's history are usually regarded by the points of massive boosts in their culture. So, leaving the topic of culture itself for another video, today we want to talk to you about what fuels culture and how you can use those basics to ensure success for your nation. First up is citizens. Citizens are the foundation of any country, and all micronations start off with at least one citizen, you. As the founder of a micronation, you were the first citizen, developing the initial ideas and symbols that will convince others to join you. Think carefully about how you represent yourself as a citizen of your nation, because the better a strategy you have for gaining these citizens, the more people you will have to help organize and support your nation. But gaining citizens is only one half of the equation. You also have to make sure that you can keep the citizens you gain. That being the case, think about why others would want to join you and come up with incentives to help make the citizenship in your nation an opportunity too good to refuse. Next up is economy. Your nation's economy should be the biggest incentive that people have to join you. Participating in your economy will improve a citizen's quality of life, allowing them to increase the value of their work and pursue monetary support for their own dreams. However, the type of economy that your nation employs will determine a lot about what citizens can do within it, and will determine whether or not they feel like it's a good fit for them. If you want to learn more about this, check out our Micronational Economics series. I'll go ahead and leave a link in the description. Last but not least is space. Now, space should be the amount of area that your nation takes up. The type of space that a nation occupies will also tell you a lot about that nation's resources and its abilities. Many micronationalists call this value land, but as I'll cover more in the future, I think that land is a short-sighted term for a number of reasons. But for now, whether you are located on a piece of land in the Nevada desert, a naval platform out at sea, or whether your nation is solely on the internet, the type of space that your nation occupies will be a driving factor in determining its future and creating its culture. Please keep in mind, these goals should not be viewed as a 1, 2, 3 checklist, but as a series of values that should scale along with your nation's growth. As you grow, keep revisiting these ideas and asking yourself, are we where we should be in all this? Are we doing what we need to grow equally in all of these areas? Many times you'll find that the problems your micronation is facing are based specifically on an imbalance in one of these 3 areas. And that can severely hurt the culture of your nation. I hope this video has helped you on your path to nationhood. If you want to learn more, remember to check out our other videos and join us on our Discord, Instagram, and Twitter. Thanks.
That wasn't bad, you know. One point I did agree with when he said space and then culture. You know, when he said about institutions, culture defines achievements, right? A group of people have to have a common set of achievements that say, yeah, we did this. You know, our founding fathers, our forefathers, and everything like that. That basically puts you as a people. You know what I'm saying? You cannot have a nation, right, where you have people are opposed to the values and of the founding and the of a nation state, you know, and that's where America is running into problems, right? America assumed that it could basically make citizens out of people coming from lands that are completely hostile to the United States, and people are doing their own thing and whatnot. You got people waving Peruvian flags and all these other flags and everything. They're not completely not assimilating, and it ain't a matter of time before America falls apart. You know, America breaks up and falls apart. You know, I believe in the idea of the nation state. You know, I do not believe in one world order, globalism, and all the stuff like this, open borders and everything. I do believe people have a right to have space. The most important thing, a nation is defined by borders, language, and culture. You know, your borders, your language, your culture, and people are similar. And then people want to be part of that. they have to assimilate with that culture. You know, you have to become part of that culture. You have to add value to that culture and become part of that culture. And also the culture that you have to be willing to accept that people. If the people feel like, geez, no matter what I do, I'm never going to be part of this country, they're going to reject it. That's what's happening right now with a lot of Black people when they go to Africa, right? They say, damn, I've been here for 20 years and I'm still not part of this society. A culture has to be at a certain level, right? Like I told you earlier this afternoon, right? Usually cultures that are advanced, right? They got 1,000 years of study and development, right? Where they basically could say, you know, we can assimilate anybody into our culture because we got it all together. And those are the countries that usually attract people today. When a culture has everything together, they have the infrastructure, they have their industries, language, education, all that stuff like that together. They have an economy, everything. It's easy to assimilate people into that culture because people benefit from that society and that culture. And they can assimilate. They can become an ethnic group. You saw that with the thing. Now, and I want to say the elephant in the room, right? I do believe the one thing that really people could rally around as far as like a nation state is people have to be part of the same phenotype. You know, they have to be part of the same race. I believe that. You know, I believe that you could Singapore, right? Singapore, you know, they said we're multicultural, multiracial, but they're all Asians though. You know, they're all Asians, you know. I don't believe you could bring an African population into Singapore and it will work. I don't think that will work. I don't think you could bring an African population into Hong Kong. No, it won't work. I don't think you could bring an African population in India. You got Black Africans that have been living in India for hundreds of years, right? And they're still not assimilated into the culture. Race is a real factor as far as like assimilating people into a nation state. Now, the question we need to ask is, if that's the case, then why do we have so many problems in African countries where they're all Black? Because people gravitate towards tribalism. And why do people gravitate towards tribal, right? Because they're not educated, right? If people had a common education, right? You know what happens with that? You would have writers and you have novelists, and you have people who tell stories and storytellers and everything like that. And people have a history that they can share. But if people don't have a written history, right, then people that live within a 20-mile radius may have like 20 different thought processes. But when you have people that basically live within a proximity of each other, and they're all reading the same books, they're all reading the same history, they become part of the same society. Unfortunately, in Africa, we did not have that. Now, you did have that in places like Timbuktu. We have learning and everything, but that did not translate to the majority of Black West Africans, where people kept on to their regular culture and everything, race and everything. And when you really look at it, right, most countries in Africa, people say, oh, this tribe, they're all the same. But if there was a written language, right, if we had scholars and educators and everything, what they do is they say, okay, you know something, like 90% of our alphabet, our words are the same. So let's come up with our own dictionary. Let's create schools. And then all those people that would basically be in this tribe and everything, the tribal identity would completely disappear. That's the path to building a nation. When you get rid of the differences and everything, there's an impediment. Because Africa didn't do that, right? It was prime for Europeans. When they came there, Europeans were united. You know, people in Europe, like Europe 1,000 years before, was tribalized. You know, France was like a dozen different tribes and everything fighting with each other. Same thing with England, the British Isles and everything like that. But over the centuries, because of the Christian religion, the Catholic Church, the Anglican Church, and all stuff like that, right? Those differences melted. And also education and reading and learning and everything. People became Frenchmen. They became Englishmen. They became Spaniards. They became Portuguese. as opposed to in Spain, you had Catalonians and Baptists and all these other people, everything. They became Spaniards. So therefore, what I'm saying is that did not happen in Africa. So when the Europeans appeared in Africa, they saw groups of people that were basically the same. To them, they were black people, but they manipulated Africans against each other to go against each other because there was no coordinated language, there's no coordinated history, there's no coordinated identity. And that was a problem why the transatlantic slave trade lasted for 300 years. And nobody could do anything, Nobody say, look, in every other society, right, when the enemy comes from afar, right, usually because of scholarship and everything, like, let me give you an example. When the Mongols invaded the Hans and the China and everything, all the different Chinese groups and everything say, we may hate each other, but we got a greater threat, the Mongols. So they basically would come and see the outside force as a threat. Same thing would happen when the Persians tried to invade the Greek state, right? The Spartans went to Athens and all these other Greek city-states, said, look, we're all Greek. If we fight against each other, the Persians are going to win. So they put their differences aside and everything. Only in Africa, when somebody comes from far away, right, they can convince us that the enemy, you're fighting on your own flank, right? The enemy that you have next to you, right? You convinced that this white man is more a friend than the person you may have beef with for a couple hundred years. And your real enemy is this white man who's coming to you with his flank, his background, everything protected and everything. And he's fighting on your flank, on your territory. That only happened in Africa. Every other groups of people, they say, look, the enemy far, is more dangerous than the enemy within. We could deal with the people around us. But that enemy coming from us is a threat to both of us. So both groups of people see each other, and then now they'll fight to repel that. That's been happening throughout history. The British, forgot this, Borica, whatever her name is, she rallied the English groups against the Romans. She rallied people that hate each other, the various Anglo tribes in England, against the Roman Empire. The Rome were coming far away. They said Rome is the real enemy. We're not the enemy. We fight each other. We'll settle our difference afterwards, but the real enemy is Rome. Same thing happened in the Rhine region, when Rome invaded. Same thing happened with the Gauls in present-day France, The many Gaul tribes were not band together to stand up against Julius Caesar and the Romans. But only in Africa that did not happen. In Africa, we saw the enemy, whatever he was giving us, as our friend. So allow him to have influence on the coast and everything. And Africans for hundreds of years were fighting and enslaving each other. And who benefited from that? The Europeans. So what I'm saying, in 20th century Africa, we're just now waking up to the fact that we have France as the enemy. Africa's like, look, we have a common enemy, it's France. Now Africans are waking up. Why are we in poverty? It's the French. In Mali, Burkina Faso, and Guinea, said, we're not enemies. We shouldn't hate each other. And the French play on different people to cause envy and jealousy and all stuff like that, giving one people visas and praising one group over the other and everything. It's all caused by tension. Same thing happened with the Dutch in Indonesia. How did they keep all those islands weak? They simply, basically, pitted the Indonesians against each other. They'll praise, wow, this group of people is good. They'll show them marching and everything like that with the Dutch flag and everything. And that will cause tensions between other people. And they divide and conquer. So this is what we're talking about tonight. I declare that an idea of if Black America is going to build anything in the future, we have to build a state. And tonight we're going to talk about how Africa can benefit from the state. One is economics. If you have a state which from on the start is a first world state, has infrastructure and everything, is coming in small numbers and everything, and people are building communities, families, everything like that, and it's in a modern state, Africa will have customers, a market for its goods and services on the continent. Africa have a reliable new trading partner on the continent. I could never understand why most Africans can't see that. It's because, you know why? Because as it's coming out now, is that a lot of African countries for the last years, never invested in manufacturing, never produced anything to the world. So therefore, they can't see the idea of, we build a new state on the continent for the African Americans and diaspora, we will have new customers because Africans have nothing to sell us. Africa exports nothing. It manufactures nothing. Now, if Africans were manufacturing and they were producing and stuff, warehousing and shipping stuff all over the world, they say, geez, that'd be a great idea. Build your state. But we get pushback because African countries are not producing. And they don't see the benefit of that, of a new state on the continent. Proof of which I'm talking about was when Black people took over South Africa, right? That should have been right there. South Africa was a first world developed country, right? The African countries should have been like, whoa, geez, we got countries, and why are we still dealing with? I could never understand that, right? Why are you still worrying about France and all these European countries when you got an economic powerhouse on the continent yourself right now? It's because the Africans never empowered themselves to manufacture and everything. Now you see something, countries like Rwanda, in many ways, doing things like selling tea, and they make it now, starting to make computers, stuff like that for the world market, and then they're doing packaging and branding coffees and everything like that. I hope it's not too little, too late. But what if all these countries were like Rwanda, had their own product line? When's the last time you went to a supermarket and everything, and you see African-made product, made in Africa products on your shelf? When's the last time you went to an appliance store and you see a toaster or anything like that made in Africa? You don't. Manufacturing is key, and also not just manufacturing, but having a market, right? Captive market and stuff like this that you can depend on. Now, South Africa, the economy, people are modern and everything like that. That should have kicked off a modern, an industrial revolution in Africa. It didn't happen. It's been 29 years now since Mandela became president and everything, and you don't see any real growth between Black Africa and South Africa. Nothing. So with that, you want to play another video, brother?
Yes. All right, this is the other video. You have this one is called a Micronationalist. So people, I guess, see some kind of example. I mean, I don't think I saw any Black people in this one, but it still gives you an idea.
Yeah, the one I put from Swaziland, they changed their name. Swaziland changed their name to something else.
Eswatini.
So we'll play that too.
1,000 times I've got no roots, but my home was never on the ground. I've got no roots, but my home was never on the ground. I've got no roots. I've got no roots. 1,000 times I've got no roots, but my home was never on the ground. I've got no roots, but my home was never on the ground. I've got no roots. I've got no roots. 1,000 times
All right, so that was that one. And this is the next one. So this is Mbane is the capital city of the Kingdom of Eswatini, which is formerly Swaziland.
Eswatini is a landlocked country to the east of South Africa. It is almost entirely surrounded by South Africa, but also shares a border with Mozambique. In April 2018, the official name was changed from Kingdom of Swaziland to Kingdom of Eswatini, mirroring the name commonly used in Swazi. Mbabane, the capital city, and Lobamba, the legislative capital, offer a glimpse into Eswatini's rich culture and tradition. Though smaller in land size compared to many countries, Eswatini's compact beauty is matched by its warm-hearted people. With a population of around 1.1 million, Eswatini is a tapestry of ethnic groups, including the Swazi people, who hold their traditions dear. Siswati is the official language, reflecting the country's heritage and cultural identity. Here's a fascinating fact. Eswatini is known for its vibrant ceremonies and festivals, with the Umhlanga reed dance being a captivating celebration of cultural pride and unity. Discover the allure of Eswatini as you explore its picturesque landscapes. The Kingdom of Eswatini is a landlocked country to the east of South Africa.
So that is that one.
1 million people, you know, 1 million people. No, 1 million people, and Swaziland is still corrupt and everything, but still, you see the infrastructure, it don't look like that bad. And it benefits from the fact that it's right next to South Africa. So, you know, the infrastructure is always going to be some sort of modern, you know. And so it's a tiny, tiny micronation, you know. And also, when we talk about Afrikstan, we're talking about a country that's going to have the geopolitical backing of Black America and the diaspora and whatnot. Can you imagine how powerful that thing will be? You know, and it's all about space. Right now, the African American and diaspora have no voice in the world because we have no space. We have no manifestation of who we are. And people say, "Oh, I'm African American. I'm FBA." That doesn't mean shit in the world. You know, go to the UN, the G7 summit, ask them what the FBA is. They'll laugh at you. You know, you don't exist. You know,
the rock is back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Lord.
I literally unblocked all of the trolls, including him.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
the rock say, "Hey, Bomani, ask Kala, where is the Afrikstan? Where the Afrikstan will be located?"
We don't know yet. Just like the Zionist movement didn't know exactly where the Jewish state was going to be. We don't know exactly where the Afrikstan be. We don't know. That's why we're going to these different countries and everything. We're just filling a lot of people out, you know? You know, so we don't know where the Afrikstan is going to be. You know, we have no idea.
Oh, perfect. So let's move on to the next question. I got Tay Brown. Going back to Africa might work if we go to low population countries like Cape Verde, Namibia, Zanzibar, etc.
Well, the bottom line, we're talking about building a state, a geopolitical state. It'll work no matter where we go, as long as we control the borders and who goes in. We're building a city state, you know. You know, we're building a city state. So we're not talking about, you know, bum rushing the coast or whatever like that. We're talking about building a city state. So it doesn't matter. So long as that state is recognized and we have the military or whatever like that to do what we want to do. It's all about sovereignty. We control the economy. We control the imports, the exports, and we have the tax base. We control the taxes and all stuff like that. All the beautiful things of sovereignty and independence, you know.
Perfect. So we got Eddie. This is Eddie saying at Tay Brown, no, it will not. No, it will not, because Cape Verde is still controlled by the Portuguese. Namibia is land is 60% owned by the Germans, and Zanzibar is a tourist industry and it's controlled by Arabs.
That's the truth. That's the truth. Somebody, Eddie Thorne, knows what he's talking about.
So
Namibia is a country where it's a nation state in name only. The black people in Namibia controls no well, the G Star, another troll, you know, African
yeah,
black
another quack. Yeah,
will buy wise for incels, you know.
yeah,
That's
all
how
these people they're happy to unblock them, you know. So
yeah.
they can, so they will Afrikstan provide wives for the incels? What is the incel?
Those
or is that a misspell? Because you know some of these folks have like a third grade education.
yeah.
Some of these trolls.
Yeah. So they can't come up with anything real, anything like that. Just show the opposition. That's why I said this shit should have been done. Because you look at the people who oppose us, they're not that very smart. Most intelligent.
No, for real. And look at this one right here. This is another classic one. No accountability. This one say she's ADOS, but then have a picture of some old white woman, unless that's really her and she thinks she's black.
Yeah, I believe it's a black one, not. But the bottom line is this: ADOS can trade. Well, who the hell cares? No one gives a damn about ADOS. You know, you don't exist. You have no land. You have no flag. You don't exist. You know, when you become an Afrikstani, you have a territory. You have an idea. You know,
I'm telling my ground pepper and salt come from South Africa.
So the bottom line is you have no identity. The only group of people in the world, the black people in America, you got people, South Sudan, not primitive people, Ooga Boogas, have no friggin' education or nothing, but they had enough sense to understand they wanted a state of their own. 2010, I can't believe it. You know, and I saw that shit. I said, yo, how these people have the confidence, right? To say we want a country, a state of our own, and they're doing well. They got oil. They're the bottom line is they're free. In other words, basically nobody can tell them what to do in their own country. They don't have to be talking about racism, the white man, white supremacy, and all stuff like that. They can solve their own problems. You know, black people in America just sitting there. Oh, we just gotta pray. You know, we just gotta pray. Get on our knees and pray. We. Like this, I look at this whole polite thing and everything like that.
Before you can go into even polite and get into, I was trying to make sure we just go through these questions.
Okay. We'll talk about that.
And it's just be just real quick answers. Let me just read this one. We must establish an Afro Diaspora Pan-African manufacturing distribution center system, and that's what we talk about, building global black business, pipeline. Because these elements of things are just not on African continent, and some major nations just don't want to really just put these industrial bases on the continent. It's a lot of way to control people and limit the opportunities. But that doesn't say that we can't build those systems. So that's what we're talking about, the importance of the African diaspora connecting to the African continent, because we as a people can be another energy. And Kala talk about the spending power already. So all these things can be done. We just gotta make it work as a people. So appreciate that, Abdul. This ADOS person, they are Americans. They don't need it. I'm trying to remember when that was. That was a few minutes ago. So that was something that probably forgot we was talking about. All right, Ant-Man say that will never happen. Kala, be real. Then Ant-Man come back around again. He's talking about Afrikstan, and he comes back around and again and said Afrikstan is a fantasy place like Narnia. Where's Narnia? Come on, Ant-Man. I know you're a good brother, man. Come on now, resend that message so I can play the real. I'm not sure if that's a misspelling, but we don't know anywhere near name Narnia.
He must be talking.
Anyway, the brother said Afrikstan is a fantasy. That's the main part of the.
I would say like this, right? Everything starts with an idea. People said Las Vegas was a fantasy, right? Oh, you're fans. They told you're crazy, man. How you gonna? It's only when it comes to the black man, black people, everything's a fantasy. If we keep speaking this, we're gonna speak it into existence, and people are gonna act on it. That's why we're doing what we're doing to act on it, we're going to act on it, because the bottom line is this: when people start seeing, the good thing is we have a lot of people that want to move to the continent. But when people see that the best idea is to move in groups and move in numbers and build your own infrastructure and build your own state, your own government, and then you can engage all these other countries, Africa, from with diplomacy, from position of power and strength and everything. You like the one first people said, you could attract people to your cause, to the continent. I want to be part of that. Why? Because you got protection, you got all stuff like this, you know.
It's just a movie. But Ada's got a special one for you. She said, "Why won't Kala go live in Africa in his Afrikstan?" she got emojis on.
Yeah, the bottom line is this. The idea of an Afrikstan is African American, African Diaspora, Pan-Africanist nation state. It does not necessarily, people think, are you excluding Africans? No. If an African person from the UK, whatever, say, you know something, I want to be part of this. I got the education. I want to be part of this society. I adopt the culture and I adopt everything. I know who Martin Luther King, Kwame Nkrumah. I knew Marcus Garvey and stuff like that. That's who I am and everything. I want to be part of this black country, this nation state. They're more than welcome to become citizens. You know, so we're not excluding anybody based on ethnicity and background. You know, but the idea of a nation state, no other country in the world exists with the idea. Liberia started out as a country for black people, you know, the Constitution, everything, you know. But over the years, you know, the tribal people and everything, they lost their way. We're trying to build that back up in Liberia, but we can't wait for Liberia, you know. Eventually, we're going to have to build this nation state, which our ancestors in Liberia envisioned. You know, the idea of Liberia was the idea of an Afrikstan. It's probably the idea that we should build a nation in Africa and whatnot, a republic in Africa. Is probably the oldest ideology among Black America. I challenge anybody like that. When the first Africans were brought to the New World and whatnot, right? And they got educated, they looked around, saw how everything panned out. They said, we need to go back and build a country that's strong and everything. You know, we need to build a navy, an army, a military, and everything like that, and basically take control of the high seas and everything. That was in the hearts and minds of every last single Black person who were brought to the New World in chains. The Europeans have done many things of empowering local Africans to prevent that from happening. So the idea of an Afrikstan is the end game for Africa, and it's the end game for the Black diaspora. You know, a serious question is, why did I make Liberia? Liberia, look, Liberia has its issues and everything. Liberia is a country. Liberia is where we're going to launch the idea of the Afrikstan to the continent. That's an excellent base of operations. But can Liberia be an Afrikstan? No, because they had a coup in 1980. And the people of Liberia, for the most part, the majority of people don't see what, they don't understand they don't even understand why the country that they call Liberia is what it is. They have no idea anything about their own country. Now, the Liberians that do understand Liberia's purpose, right? They're in the minority. They're in power. You know? You need land. No shit. Africa has 12 million square miles of land. 85% of African land is unoccupied, undeveloped. Don't tell me Africa does not have land. And all these lands and everything Africa were drawn up by colonial borders. We have an absolute right to go and have land in Africa because that's where we were stolen from. See, the reason why people get this pushback because they know once we have land in Africa and everything like that, we'll have power. That's what people are trying to put. They're not going to let you have land. I have Africans who tell me, you know, if you guys want territory in Africa, I'm not going to say what country or not, we'll give it to you. I got people on record in like 2-3 different countries that say, yeah, you know, you guys building a city state or a nation state in Africa, when for a diaspora, you could do it. That's a good idea. But everybody's doing everything else like that. They say, yo, you guys, they look at the fact that the new city states being built in South Korea, which they're attracting the best minds throughout Asia, and they're thriving. New cities being built all over the world. New micronations are popping up. And Africa is like, Look, we got all these black people in the West. They got all this knowledge and skills. Let's bring them back home. How do you do that? You got to build something new. And just like Dubai, you know, Dubai, you got the United Arab Emirates, right? They say, let's build micro city states called Dubai, you know, the Emirates, you know. And Dubai, they said, oh, that's crazy. How are you going to reclaim land? How are you gonna... They thought they was insane. But are people laughing at Dubai right now? No. The same sort of concept. How do you bring black people with wealth and skills and knowledge and concentrate them in one place where they could be a benefit to the African continent? We're never going to be a benefit to the African continent living trapped inside the United States. It's never going to happen. We have to have that base on the African continent for this to work. You know?
Yes, let me just read his message. Afrikstan is not a fantasy. African is indeed a logical strategy. These are things they put up. Abdul. And Anthony has a statement here. The Ant Report. You need land to establish Afrikstan. Who is giving you land in Africa? You would have to go to war to establish Afrikstan.
No, we don't.
Other Africans.
Yeah, okay, whatever. You know, okay, let's play that video, right? I'm gonna send you a video. Remember that little white girl from America who wanted her own little kingdom in Africa? Remember that?
Yes, I remember. Good luck on finding that one. But while you're looking for that one, I'm gonna play. Let me play this other one we got up here. This one is called Top 10 Micronations. And then you have this crazy guy here, G-Star. I bet he looked like the quack that his picture looked like. He's saying, will there be snow bunnies in Africa? Will snow bunnies be allowed in Afrikstan? This is the kind of people that we have here on this chat, this late at night, playing around. You know what I mean? 12 o'clock at night, playing around. I think he's looking for entertainment. I think he might have found a wrong place. Yes, G-Star, if you're here to be educated, that's what we're here to do for you, buddy. Anyway, let me play this video, and then I'll look out for that other one, and we just play it back to back. Yeah, the white girl that want to be a princess and have her own nation. I want to know how that's going along. I want to know if there's an updated video.
The country.
Welcome to Watch Mojo, and today we're counting down our picks for the top 10 micronations.
I haven't got 3 million, so they won't get it.
Who are you?
I am in charge of the island.
If there was a motto that Christiania lives by, what was that motto?
Free your life.
For this list, we're looking at the world's active and defunct micronations. These are political entities which claim sovereignty or independence for a geographical area, despite the fact that they haven't received official recognition. Did you know these existed? Tell us more in the comments.
The people of this country, you have said yes!
If you like what you're hearing, be sure to check out the full song at the link below. Number 10, Liberland. Also known as the Free Republic of Liberland, this tiny micronation lies between Croatia and Serbia on the edge of the Danube River. This is one of the newest examples on our list, having been declared in 2015. It was created as a reaction to the ongoing Croatia-Serbian border dispute, which left residents of the area in the crosshairs of two larger nations.
A country based on liberty, where paying taxes is voluntary and where there's minimal government. That's the main goal of this 31-year-old Czech politician.
Vít Jedlička, an activist from the Czech Party of Free Citizens, deemed the area unclaimed by either Croatia or Serbia, and inaugurated a micronation with the motto, to live and let live.
Some people are a bit impatient. They think that starting a country is a summer holiday job. But it's not the case. Some things just need to take time.
Number 9, the Republic of Molossia. Sure, it's easy to imagine micronations existing in faraway lands, but did you know that Americans also have them in their own backyard? The Republic of Molossia is located near Dayton, Nevada, and is completely surrounded by the United States.
Once you land in Reno, it's a 56-minute drive through winding and really nerve-wracking roads through the desert to visit this micronation.
It consists of just 3 properties, all owned by Kevin Baugh, who is also the micronation's president.
Inspired by the film The Mouse That Roared, Baugh founded Molossia 40 years ago as a creative outlet, imagining a world where anything is possible.
People think you're a little crazy?
Always.
Molossia has 27 residents as of the last census in 2012, and has long been at war with East Germany, despite the fact that it seems to be a pretty peaceful war. As a matter of fact, East Germany may or may not be aware it's taking place, especially since East Germany hasn't formally existed since 1990.
These are all the basic requirements that you cannot bring into Molossia, such as no catfish and no spinach, no tobacco, definitely no tobacco.
What if there was an automated software that could make passive income for you?
Number 8, Christiania. Situated in Copenhagen, Denmark, this micronation acts more as an intentional community of those who wish to live alternative lifestyles.
Home to around 1,000 people who make their own rules and shape their own existence, it's about the size of an 18-hole golf course. But that's where the similarity ends.
It covers 19 acres in the neighborhood of Christianshavn and has between 850 and 1,000 residents. In earlier years, Christiania was able to exist outside of Danish law, and until 2004, marijuana was openly sold there.
And if there was a motto that Christiania lives by, what was that motto?
Free your life.
Authorities have since cracked down, however, and the trade is no longer tolerated. Christiania is a popular tourist attraction, and the commune welcomes visitors to come and bear witness to the community they've built. Number 7, North Dumpling Island. The Segway may not have taken off like its manufacturers hoped, but inventor Dean Kamen certainly made plenty of money from this and other creations. He is the owner of North Dumpling Island, which is situated off the coast of Connecticut. The island being a micronation initially started as a joke, but Kamen has since become more serious about it, creating a constitution as well as a flag. Though it's not officially recognized by the United States, Kamen's friendship with George H.W. Bush resulted in the next best thing, a non-aggression pact between the two nations. It's unofficial, but hey, it's something. Number 6, Saborga. Though it has been referred to disparagingly as the Italian village that thinks it's a country, the Principality of Saborga has made several serious attempts towards sovereignty. Located in Liguria in northern Italy, this 3,500-acre landmass was allegedly once independent from the rest of Italy. Because it was not specifically named when Italy was unified in 1861, resident Giorgio Carbone claimed in the 1960s that it should be considered an independent principality.
Saborga has its own pretend police, its own currency, the linguini, its own flag, and its own decorative license plates and even passports.
He personally took up the lofty title of His Tremendousness Giorgio I, Prince of Saborga, an honor that he maintained until he died in 2009. Number 5, Ladonia. Swedish artist Lars Vilks created 2 sculptures in the 1980s and placed them in Kullaberg Nature Reserve. Constructing any kind of structure was forbidden on the reserve, so authorities insisted they be removed. After the Swedish government ruled against Vilks' wishes to allow the statues to remain, he attempted to declare the land surrounding one of them as a sovereign country. Bold move for the sake of art. Technically, the population of Ladonia is 0, but as of 2020, 22,858 people from around the world have deemed themselves Ladonian citizens, despite the fact they don't actually reside in the micronation's borders. Number 4, the Kingdom of Lovely.
Have you got any official documentation or passports?
No.
Are you a British citizen?
Yes.
Have you been here before?
Who are you?
I am in charge of the island.
Chronicled in the 2005 BBC documentary How to Start Your Own Country, the Kingdom of Lovely is the result of one comedian's attempt to create a micronation in his London flat. Danny Wallace is the owner and one-time resident of the flat, which eventually became Lovely. Harnessing the power of online community, Wallace managed to amass 58,165 citizens for his micronation.
I knew in that moment that I had done it. I had my very own United Nation. and it was lovely.
These citizens simply have to photograph Lovely's flag wherever they reside, and they can become ambassadors of the nation. The nation uses the unique currency of interdependent occupational units, which is based on the concept that time is money.
So here you've got, look, that's my fingerprint. It's my thumbprint, so that's quite hard to counterfeit.
But how do your people recognise your thumbprint?
How do I know that's really your signature?
Indeed.
Got you there.
Be a digital detective. Enroll in a new group.
The Principality of Hutt River.
Australia has two monarchs, Queen Elizabeth, and here's the other one, in the cardigan.
Your Royal Highness, good to see you again.
My pleasure, sir.
With an area of 29 square miles, the Principality of Hutt River, formerly known as Hutt River Province, is actually larger than some countries.
The province, 500 kilometres north of Perth, attracts thousands of tourists a year who make the trek to have their passports stamped.
Situated near Northampton in Western Australia, this micronation was established on April 21st, 1970 by Leonard Casley, who made a declaration that his farm was an independent nation. After 45 years in power, Casley abdicated the throne, ceding it to his son. Though it wasn't recognized by the Australian government, Hutt River became a popular tourist attraction.
The tax office has sent him a bill for $3 million.
I haven't got $3 million, so they won't get it.
Sadly, it was officially dissolved on August 3rd, 2020.
Throughout it all, the family stuck to their principles. While they didn't pay Australia, they say they didn't claim on us either. Never taking social security, medical benefits, child allowances, or war veteran pensions they were entitled to.
Number 2, the Conch Republic. In 1982, in an attempt to crack down on the drug trade and illegal immigration, the United States Border Patrol established a checkpoint on the road that connects the Florida Keys to the rest of the state. This roadblock caused traffic jams and affected the tourism industry, prompting Mayor Dennis Wardlow to declare independence for the region, since they were being treated like they were a foreign nation anyway. He eventually declared war on the United States, surrendered just a minute later, and then went on to request $1 billion in foreign aid. Bold move, Wardlow. Before we continue, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. You have the option to be notified for this micronation is unique because it's not even on land. Based on Ruff's Tower. Number 1, the Principality of Sealand. This micronation is unique because it's not even on land. Based on Ruff's Tower, an out-of-use sea fort off the coast of Suffolk, it was created by Paddy Roy Bates. In 1967, Bates took over the fort from pirate radio broadcasters in the hopes of creating a radio station of his own.
Sealand today is far from the rusting hulk the Navy abandoned in 1946. The original generators have been rebuilt, corridors painted, sleeping accommodations been installed. In fact, all the nearly mod cons have been fitted.
While Sealand never garnered official recognition, Bates claimed they did receive de facto recognition, and that was good enough for him. In his older years, he moved back to the mainland and left his son Michael as the regent of Sealand. Do you agree with our
Yes, Carla, excellent videos on micronations.
I just sent you the one with the little girl. Now somebody said, oh, there's no land in Africa and everything like that, right? Well, how did a 9-year-old girl get her own kingdom in Africa? You know, I sent you the video. So that's just silence. Who said that? Ant-Man? You know,
Ant-Man.
You know, that's what his name, Ant-Man, whatever. Well, so this is going to put that to rest. So I wonder what he has to say about this. Got all these big, strong black men in America and whatnot. Got no nation. That little girl said she wanted her own little country. She got it.
Yes, you know, I thought the video, I thought there's another video a little longer, but nevertheless, this will work. And let me look back at these comments. They were coming in. All right, there we go. And say, Afrikstan capital is Kala Garage. People got jokes, man. Yo,
My fan club, man. Never disappoint.
All right, Tabron Color, what core audience of Black Americans are you trying to convince to build or help build Afrikstan?
Well, I'm trying to get the Black. Mark Blanton is bringing Black people, from educated Black people, to South Africa, right? Because South Africa got infrastructure and everything. Even though they got white folks, the quality of Black people he's bringing to South Africa is what I dream about, you know? So the bottom line is we do this Afrikstan thing in a few years, whatever like that. That's the type of people we want. People who are engineers, people who are bankers, people who are investors. It's going to be so coordinated, you know? It's going to be so people who have investment growth, consortiums, business consortiums, educators, also like that. When you concentrate on it, and also we're going to build universities and everything. We want smart people. I don't want internet stupid goofball people. We want smart, intelligent Black people. You get smart, intelligent Black people in a civilized environment, they can take over the world. You know, but right now, what you see in Black America is just foolishness. You know, we got entertainers and hucksters and grifters running the show. Bottom line is that create that opportunity where Black people from different backgrounds and everything can build everything from professionals to skilled workers and everybody in between, saying they want to be part of this and whatnot. It'll work. You know.
Let me get one for $8, man. It's always a classic one. Those micronations are just for fun.
Well, they want one. You got to first want one. I was serious, you know, but they're recognized. You know, you could build like this. So let me ask ADOS, whatever the hell his name is, right? What's that country in what's that country everybody all the rich people go to? And it's near France and Spain, you know?
Yes, I'm gonna get it in a second.
Is it
Somebody
Monaco?
real quick. No, that's not it. Repeat that.
What's that rich country where they always have like festivals and all the rich people go to?
You just said it, right? Monaco.
Yeah, that's a micronation.
Oh, you said something else.
Yeah, so are they having fun? But yeah, their treasury reserve got billions and billions of dollars and whatnot, and people are coming there. You know, and also they got influence around the world. They can do what they want to do. They got respect, and the Afrikstan will give Black America power on the international stage, and also power in America, because you'll have a voice on the international stage that speaks for you. You know.
Let me get you another good one here.
The Igbos can't get their own nation because, like I said, unfortunately, the white man created the borders of Nigeria, right? And people are like, yeah, we was looked up, and next thing you know, we're part of this country called Nigeria. We had nothing to do with it. We can't break away because you got to say something. The African mentality, right? The African mentality is, you know, when the Africans, the Nigerians, whoever asked for independence from England, they went up to the Queen of England. She went with her white gloves on. Okay, you can have England independence, but we got the tin, we got your peanuts, we got your oil, we got everything else, whatnot. And, we get independence. The Biafra people try to break apart. You know, did they sit there and say, okay, Mr. Biafra, let's talk about it? No, they set the full might of their army to slaughter them. That's the African mind. You beg for independence from the white man, right? But when somebody else wants to secede from you, you kill them. We don't want no part of that, you know, no part of that nonsense. So, like I said, our state is going to be well equipped militarily and everything like that. And we're going to have friends and allies. And also, we're going to choose an area that's really hostile. If the host country supports what we're doing, it's a done deal. So, you guys are hoping that we will never find this territory that the host country, you guys probably say, oh, if we name a country, y'all get on a plane tomorrow and say, don't let this happen, don't let this happen, because you guys want to preempt this not to happen. So that's why we're not naming any country we're talking about, you know?
There you go, man. We come up with a magic machine, and we can build a whole country in the middle of the ocean, far away from everything else. That would be perfect.
Oh yeah, we could build a nation on the moon. I'll do it, you know?
Oh, absolutely. Especially somewhere off this planet. I'll be the first volunteer.
Yeah, let's get the hell out of here. Let's build go to Mars and whatnot, build a new country in Mars. I do it.
you know, you got black folks in America, like right now with like 5,000, like 500,000 black organization.
Yeah.
More unorganized than ever before. So sometimes you just like, you know, scratching your head, like, you don't know which direction to run into.
We're weaker than we ever were in our history. You know, with the internet, every white man gave us the internet, everything. We still we still can't bust a grape, you know?
What about YouTube and all these top YouTubers that got all kind of people watching it live and all kind of people that just following
YouTube
them?
made black people even more stupid and more weaker. You know, it was best when we didn't know anything.
Absolutely, and this answers your question, right? This answers your statement right there, or explains it right here. What was the most popular thing going on Black YouTube this weekend?
Polite.
Other than sports.
Polite and that girl, the Brickgate, the girl that said she got hit in the face, but they come to find out if you got hit in the face, you'd be cut up. She wasn't cut up. It was all the folks. She had a similar video back 3 years ago. You know,
exactly.
Around condemning black men and whatnot. We had nothing to do with it, you know. Didn't concern black American men when black men ain't no good and whatnot, you know. And women out here talking about, yeah, man, next time y'all get shot by the police, whatnot. Damn, you know, we ain't gonna say nothing.
See, so where's the nation building? Where's the organizing? Where's the, you know, us build these micronations or anything like that? Where's the energy?
After I heard Bill's show last night, I'm saying
you gotta break it down.
Wrong crowd, man. Wrong crowd, man. I mean, I never seen so much hate in my life. That's nations and people.
You got us excited. You gotta explain what happened.
Okay, bro. It was just basically people talk about polite and everything, and then the sisters come on and said, you know, not unable to miss an opportunity to throw black men on the bus. Well, y'all knew about polite and blah 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 blah. So it's like throwing black men on the bus.
Who's y'all?
Yeah, I said y'all knew about polite. Y'all, what the hell? Was that polite ever on this show? No. Did I ever say, yo, you gotta watch and see what Brother Polite said? I said, look, the dude's a clown. We come from two different spans of black experience. Where I don't know where he comes from. He comes from the gutter, the gutters of Black America, right? I come from Black success in America, and I'm proud of that, you know? So the bottom line, where I carry myself and everything like that, you know, I believe in education, law and order and everything like that, family and stuff like that, you know? I come from the real Black America. He comes from the gutters of Black America. That's why they talk that gutter garbage. And it's that sort of atmosphere that produces people like Dane Calloway and all this kind of nonsense and everything. Dane Calloway. And you know, sad to think, like I was supporting Ice Cube up until like 3 days ago, right? Because there was somebody was asking IQ. I didn't catch this, right? I think this was a couple of years ago, right? They was asking him about his contract with Black America, and he was like, "Yeah, well, this include Native Americans and all stuff like this, you know?" And then he said, "Well, there's evidence going around now talk about." We are the true Native Americans. I'm like, damn, Ice Cube. You mean to tell me you dating Cali and got to you? You never heard that before. You didn't get that from a book or a scientist scholar. It's something you heard online, and you didn't have the intelligence to go research it and understand that was garbage. I can't rock with Ice Cube after that. You know, I can't do it. You know, more and more people are falling off. It's only because when you say you want an Afrikstan, that's one thing you're saying is you belong on the continent of Africa, right? And also we have to be on the continent of Africa on our own terms, on strength. I don't think any African, and no, America has no right to tell us, right, that to love America and say you're American. America doesn't get that, right? No African country has a right to say that, right? But they do have we do have a right to say, look, we want our own space, we want to build our own thing on the continent and build ourselves, and we can work together. You know, nobody has a right to tell us that we have to live in a situation for the next 500 years with no government, no political representation. As bumbling as Africans are, at least they get to make their own mistakes. And African countries make mistakes all the time, but at least it's their own mistakes. We have no Black America, the most powerful group of Black people in the world, have no say-so over anything that goes on in our life. We have no say-so over the media we consume. We have no say-so over our image. We have no say-so over anything. We have to have a nation of our own to take control over our destiny and our identity. As simple as that. You know? So the Afrikstan is saying that, yes, we're people, and the ideal place for an Afrikstan, a nation state, the space, is on the continent of Africa. Now, I had years ago, when I was talking about this Afrikstan years ago, 12, 13 years ago, right? I asked some white trolls like, yo, yeah, okay, where you going to build this Afrikstan at? What states do y'all want? Y'all want Mississippi? Y'all want this? And they were like this. And I said, no, we don't want none of that. Oh, let me guess, Florida. No. Let me guess, y'all want Arizona, New Mexico. I said, no, we want a nation state on the ancestral continent. Then they shut up like, you mean to tell me you guys want to part ways with America? Yes. You know? So therefore, they were like, oh, then they got serious. They're like, oh, you guys are serious. Yes. We believe the Afrikstan should be on the African continent where nations their own. Oh, you guys are serious. Yeah, you guys, in other words, you guys have no control over this whatsoever. You have no card to play. You have no cards, no nothing like that in the deck. You know? Carla has stopped smoking cigars. He wants to be around. Shut up. You know? Oh, yeah, mercy, man. You know?
And check out this other one right here. G-Star's trying to make it seem like he's a scholar now.
Okay, well, first of all, if we're dealing with a first world people, right? A lot of we talk about a modern economy. Look at something like Dubai. What is Dubai, right? Dubai is a service-based economy. I don't think Dubai has a lot of manufacturing and everything like that. A first world economy like Singapore and everything like that, banking, logistics, insurance, healthcare, medical care, logistics, all stuff like that right there is worth hundreds of billions of dollars in gross area. We're living in a post-industrial world. Agriculture is a lagging, you know, we can have agriculture, invest in agriculture all over the African continent. And we can manufacture in different countries. But so long as we control the distribution and the logistics and everything like that, it doesn't matter. What we have in our country, I believe the Afrikstan is going to be primarily a data center, ITC, managing all the goods and services that affects the African continent, That's where we're going to create this huge educated people that computers and science and stuff like this. It's going to be the country where it's going to be the business center of the continent, So that's what it's going to be. It's going to be Afrikstan is going to be integrated from a position of power and strength. When you say globalist, man, you know what globalist means? Globalist means multinational companies can just come in, do what they want, set up shop. No, if you're an international company, it's like Singapore. Singapore is a perfect model. Look at Singapore, right? Singapore invited companies from all over the world, but companies that serve them. IBM served them, employed them. They needed the technology and everything for IBM. All the Hewlett-Packard, computers, everything like that, served them. When you talk about a globalist country, right, what you have is people setting up shop in your country and then manufacturing things you don't need. I believe that you produce what you consume and consume what you produce. So anything produced in the country has to be for local consumption and local use. So if international company, now some companies want to play by those rules because, in other words, in order for a company to do that, right, they have to believe in your country is stable to be there for decades. Or what they do is they have some fly-by-night operation. They say we can just put 5 years in this country, milk the country for its cheap labor, and then bounce. Take out equipment and bounce. That's what happens in a lot of developing countries because they're unstable. So if we have a stable country, right, we'll have companies that will come in, right, and say we're going to be here long term. And not only that, we're going to make sure that any company that invests in our country, right, will have access to the growing African market. Trust me, I've been working on this for 20 years. I thought about that, studied history. I looked at other countries, how they did it. So just common sense, and also you have to get out of African American and laziness. We have to produce. We have to be a people of thought, a people of science, a people of hard work and everything. Let me tell you something, what I'm talking about, right? When you look at the old city, people like when you see old movies, you see people going to work in like dreary conditions and factories and everything, or even when you see people working in textiles, everything, it looks dreary, right? It looks, oh man, but that's what you're gonna have to go through. That's what you have to go through. You're gonna have a workforce. You know, everybody has to work, everybody has to produce, everybody has to work and everything, and it's not always pretty. You know, so therefore, like if you're educated, you're lucky enough to get a professional job, everything's fine. That push people to get education, everything like that. But the bottom line is you cannot have a situation where people think that I want an easy job, or everybody think they're going to be a street vendor and stuff like that. No, everybody's going to be, you know, you're going to have a skill. You're going to have a trade. You know, people who come to this Afrikstan is going to be world vetted. You know, you're going to have skills, everything. That's like 90% of the battle right there. Because think, all countries right now developing got to spend years, right, educating the people and push their people to education. If you're saying that we're going to pull people that's already educated from a free education system in America, right, they're going to get secondary college or training in America and everything like that, right, and then bring them over for jobs and everything, you're going to grow like 50, 60% a year. Other countries are lagging because they got to go through the painstaking thing of convincing people to get an education, first of all, right? And then teaching them a language and teaching them how to read, write, and a new modern way of life, or teaching people why they should live in a modern apartment building as opposed to living on a rickshaw or a boat, you know? How, you know what I'm saying? We don't have to do that. That's why Dubai was so successful, because you're bringing in people from the developed world in, you know? You're not starting from scratch. A lot of countries and whatnot in the world, they're starting from scratch. People don't know about toilets, sewers, and everything like that. So you got to educate them and everything. Also, when we talk about farming and agriculture, we're talking about modern mechanized farming. There's also aquaponics and urban farming. You know, it's all different types of farming methods and everything that can be integrated into the culture and society. So all these things, science, technology, and everything, it's going to be a place where ideas rule. You have to have men of ideas. You know, when ideas rule and you got intelligent people or not, it'll work. When we have ignorant people, everything, when you can look at a country when how it's developing. If the people fake like they got education with their degrees and everything, and they're still in debt and they're still poor and everything, you got an ignorant society. Or you got too many people that are ignorant, that are in the way. They rule by fiat because they got elected, they're part of this political party, this tribe, and everything like that and everything, and there's no coordinated plan. So you always got to have nation-building people with the vision of building a modern first world society and everything from the get-go. I hope that answers that question.
This is a special one right here. Break it down, break it down.
The sixth region of that. First of all, the African Union is called the African Buffoonion. You know, the African Union is a joke. It's a friggin' arm of the European Union and stuff like this. It's not a real serious organization. It's not funded by black people. It's not funded. They do the bidding. You see right now, for everything I said was working. You got President Ruto talking about he wants to use the African Union and talk about invasion Niger. Why? Because the French and the United States is telling them to do it. Can we talk about that? I don't recognize the African Union. The original OAU, right, was a real Pan-Africanist organization. The African Union does not recognize race as an identifier for Africans, you know? There's no sixth region, everything. The sixth region is what they're doing is like Mark B. Africa said, right? When they talk about the diaspora, they talk about Africans who are born on the continent, whether they're white, black, or anything, that live overseas. There's been a concerted effort in Africa. See, in Asia, they recognize an Asian is a Chinese person, phenotypic Chinese. Do you think they're going to let black people have an identity that ties them or gives them control over that massive continent. No. According to the African Union, a white person, an Afrikaner, or Boer, English person, or Indian person is more African than you are in the West because they were born on the continent. We don't recognize the African Union. That's a race trader institution. They're nothing but race traders. That's all they are. The Afrikstan is the answer. You know, the African will oppose the Afrikstan because what it symbolizes. It symbolizes the African Union always talks about colonialism. They never once mentioned the transatlantic slave trade. That's the reason why Africa is the problem is in right now. It wasn't colonialism. It was a transatlantic slave trade. Two different things. That horrible slave trade across the Atlantic for 300 years is what destroyed Africa forever. The only thing to rectify that is building the Afrikstan and bringing the might of the African black people from the West back to the continent in a strong, powerful nation state. That's the only thing that's going to balance the world out. So I don't know all these other Pan-Africans. I don't know what they're all about. You know, you think going to Africa growing cucumbers is Pan-Africanism. That's not Pan-Africanism. If you're going to Africa chasing booty and all stuff like that, hey, that's beautiful. That's fine. It's cute. But the only thing real is the idea of an Afrikstan, a state. That's the only thing that's going to reverse all this stuff that we're going through, you know? That Pan-African, look, let me tell you something. The Afrikstan is Pan-Africanism. It's the only real Pan-Africanism. Right now, all you see in Africa is African. Let me tell you something about Pan-Africans, right? Show me one example really of Pan-Africanism where you got African countries ready to go to war with each other on the behest of France and everything. I want one of you people to call in tonight and challenge me on this. And I will light you the hell up. I'm sick and tired of people talking this fake kumbaya Pan-Africa. It doesn't work. The only way you have a Pan-African, you got to have a Pan-African state, which in the Constitution, basically like this. You know how Pan-African work? We're not. It means that we have the Afrikstan, right? And we have competing companies that want to sell us cement and whatnot. Who do you think is going to get first dibs on that? It's going to be Dangote Cement. He's going to have special privileges and everything. He got to perform and everything like that, right? But he's going to have preference over a European or Asian firm. That's Pan-Africanism. Not kumbaya nonsense that people talk about. I'm sick and tired of hearing it. Pan-Africanism means that if you're a Kenyan person who's a doctor making $1,000 or $500 a month as a doctor and whatnot, you could come to our state and whatnot and make $250,000 a year, you know, because you're black and you're part of this continent and you could be part of our society. That's Pan-Africanism, when you offer real opportunity. Pan-Africanism doesn't mean the fact that you got Africans, countries, right, will bring Indians, everybody else, instead of looking to their next country and neighbor and saying, okay, you guys got some extra people that you can loan us to help us out with this engineering project? No, they go to Europe. They go to Asia. So don't preach to me about Pan-Africanism. You gonna play that video, brother?
It's not much of a castle, but for now, the local town playground will have to do for Princess Emily and her brother, Prince Caleb. Emily's dad, now technically King Jeremiah, recently claimed one of the few unassigned pieces of land in the world on behalf of his daughter.
With a child, you definitely don't want to ever tell them they can't be something that they desire to be. And at age 6, her frame of reference for the world was to be a princess. And so I told her that she could be.
Most dads would have left it at that. But Jeremiah did some research and found that territory known as Bir Tawil between Egypt and Sudan was unclaimed by either country. He decided to go there, and earlier this year he planted a flag designed by him and his children. He reckons this gives him a better claim than anyone else.
Recently, as the last 5 or 6 years, Russia went to the North Pole area and using a submarine planted a flag on the seafloor to represent their territorial claims for energy rights there. So the process of planting a flag is sort of the defined method of doing that.
Jeremiah seems deadly serious about his plans for the territory. He's hired office space in Washington, D.C. to act as an embassy and says he fully expects Egypt and Sudan to be in touch to discuss official recognition just as soon as Ramadan's over. His daughter Emily is no less ambitious.
We're going to help kids in Africa that don't have food. And we're going to build a garden as big as our land.
Holding royal court at home, Emily explains her new nation's flag.
The star on the top is my mom, and the 3 stars on the bottom are me and my brothers, and the crown represents my dad.
But despite Emily's regal appearance, it might not come as a surprise to learn that experts in international law are less optimistic about the chances of the new nation of North Sudan.
At a basic level, he has to be correct in asserting that this is unclaimed land. That's not obvious to me that he's correct. Beyond that, he has to establish effective occupation of this land beyond simply planting a flag or showing up and taking a selfie.
There might at least be some consolation for Emily, though.
Well, her claim to be a princess, I think, is unassailable. I think any little girl who declares herself to be a princess is such, and that's strictly speaking as a matter of international law.
For now, then, it looks like Emily will remain a princess in exile. But at least that'll give her more time to work on her royal wave.
Oh, ain't that so cute?
Carla, isn't that cute?
Now, these people in the chat room will talk about, no one's going to give you land. No one. These people, you guys wait till we do this shit, right? And we basically raise a flag and say, yo, we declare the Afrikstan territory. What are they going to say then, you know? What are you going to say then, you know?
I think they're waiting for it, brother.
Yeah,
they're waiting for it. Other than that, they're gonna use the word fantasies and feel good talk, and things like that.
You know, yeah. These people crack me the hell up, man. They crack me the hell up, man. You know, they know the idea. They can't refute the idea that the Afrikstan is the idea. You know, is the idea. Everything else is fake.
Brother, there's never a dull moment with our folks, man.
Yeah. Everything else has failed, right? You can't tell me. I always like to ask black people, right? Given the situation we have in the West and everything falling, the millions of people flooding into America, no stop and everything like that. The BRIC nations emerging and everything like that. What do you see the black race in 100 years if we don't do this? Right? You know what you have to do, folks, right? Put the damn hot dog and and beer and pizza down and turn off the football thing and think for a damn minute, you know? All with the hot dog in the hand.
Well, you're about to cause a riot, man. All these guys do over the entire weekend is watch football and drink.
You know what I'm saying? He says, where's the land at? We don't need to know about that, you know? The bottom line, that's why I stopped naming different territories, because all they're going to do is contact the governments. They said they're going to build this or that. So you got 54 countries. You take a guess where we might be Africa. It's not Liberia.
Hey, how about this? We're going to get a magician to magically create us a land in the middle of the ocean where we have our own force field around the whole country.
we might reemerge Atlantis. Atlantis might reemerge out of the Atlantic Ocean. That'd be great, right?
Is a favorite.
We do have several countries, right? Several countries that have people humbly like, when are you guys coming? We're gonna build this. I said, I gotta build a case, right? We're trying to build a case. What we're trying to do now, right? If people start seeing how successful we are in Ghana and everything like that, they're gonna want more. They're gonna want more. So it's like, yeah, we could build this, right? We have to get the real people, because right now the Pan-African movement is very weak. Very weak, and they, we're just like, But let me say this, right? You got Dr. Arikar. I'm not going to knock anybody, right? You know, the problem with her is she stole the idea of the Afrikstan and started calling it Wakanda City. You know.
You sure she got that from you, man?
Yes, I wrote down. Rosenthal tell you. He said it right there on the show. He met with her, and they'll say, next thing you know, oh, that's a good idea. She got rid of Wakanda City. And then I said, okay, well, who's going to govern it? Oh, y'all not going to have no government. We're going to control. So her Chinese partners, everybody. But no, that's not what the Afrikstan is. You know, we're not going to go there to be ruled. Like the Akon got into the thing, right? All Chinese and Europeans running something that we're going to settle in. No. That's what happens when you have the Africans. Africans cannot lead us to the Afrikstan. It has to be us. We're capable and everything like that to run our own government and everything. We proved that we did it before. We created the first African republic, Liberia, that still stands to the test of the time to this day. You know, and the bottom line is this: we basically produce some of the best minds the world's ever seen. We're more than capable of doing this, right? We don't need Dr. Arikana, we don't need Akon and all these other people. We're going to build this ourselves. Hell, so the bottom line is this is what we're talking about. In Ghana, you're renting land to build. Yeah, you are renting land, you want to build. You know, what is he talking about? You know? You won't plant a flag on it. Or we are going to plant a flag on it, you know? Eventually, we are going to plant a flag on it. You know? You know, so, you know, we are going to pull a flag. Anything we control. Simple as that.
Yeah, Tay Brown question. I don't think you read all of it.
He says, Kyle wants to build an African continent, but hasn't specifically chosen a country yet. Until you figure out the country you want to build, everything. Look, the bottom line is this. We have the Afrikstan, the ideology.
Part of it, everything else is Wakandan fantasy.
No. Because the bottom line is we've been talking to and studying different African countries where this might be. I'm not going to reveal that on this show. You know, just so you guys can be like, oh, no. Bottom line is this. When it happens, it happens. You don't know where it's like the Jews was smart. They had the Zionist movement for a state. They had like 5-6 different places. And the detractors, oh no, you can't go here, can't here. And next thing you know, it ended up in the Palestine. I think that was the last place they considered.
Look at this foolish comment, right? It's quack.
Next Liberia further restored at 1800. No, we're not going to annex Liberia. You know, I wish Liberia very well, and then we helped build Liberia, and we're reconnecting with that thing. That's going to give us the Afrikstan energy. When people know the history and everything like that, when black people become appreciative of the history in Liberia and know it and everything, proud of it, they're going to want to do it again. Because as Liberia was the answer to racism and everything like that, or economic opportunity and just pulling yourself up from being nothing in one country, and you go to Liberia, you could walk around and be a senator or whatever like that in that land. Black people are going to want that again. I know it. That's why Liberia was erased from history. As we're bringing it back, people are like, yeah, the idea our ancestors thought was we need a nation of our own on our ancestral continent. And that's going to come back again.
I'm not sure who this is. Let me check real quick and get myself on alert.
What you talking about? You don't know who this is, bro. What you talking about? Who you spoke last week?
Yeah, the name looked like a secret agent. I'm just messing with you, man. Greetings, Michael. Welcome to the
what's going on,
welcome
bro?
to the call.
You still
when it is all over, when it's all over, said and done.
Hey, man, that's gonna be it. We got to get back to that continent.
So yes, brother Mike. Yes, absolutely, brother. Good to hear from you. What's on your mind tonight?
You, brother, y'all still at it, huh? Well, I mean, how
this
you're
is
looking,
the subject right here.
Hey, you the one got white boy on me. You done cut all the facial hair off, huh? What's wrong, bro?
Me?
It's a professional
all that
operation
gray
here.
hair and shit, you know?
Huh?
All that gray hair. I'm sick of dyeing my beard and shit like that, you know? So summertime, I cut it off. You know, wintertime, I'll grow my beard back.
I got you, bro. I understand. Do what you want, you know. Oh, got you.
Yeah, Mike. We got Mike. We got a topic up. What do you think of this topic? how an Afrikstan will help build the African economy, the future of Black nation building in Africa.
Well, I think me myself, bro. I mean, looking at the coups, I mean, that's just me. I think it's already happening. The brothers they're trying to take back what is rightfully theirs. And I think the more you get the countries to get in line with that, the stronger the continent, it gets. And that's how I look at it. I don't think it's gonna be it's most definitely would not be no one country that's going to do it. It's gonna have to be the whole continent that have that mentality, or at least the majority of it.
All right, well, perfect, man. Hold that thought, and we can continue. And let me just interrupt the flow of things and play the next video. This a short one, a few minutes. All right, and this one is about the white-owned town in South Africa. We're talking about micronations and things like that, and talking about the Afrikstan. All different flow of what other people are doing.
I've seen that, brother.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure you have seen it, and probably many other people. But we're gonna play this so we can talk about it and compare it to what we talked about before, micronations.
Our next story is from South Africa. It's been 3 decades since South Africa abolished apartheid, a system of racially segregating Black people from white people. The country got rid of it in the 1990s, but the spirit of apartheid is still alive in some places. One of them is Orania, a remote town in the country's north, often called the last outpost of apartheid. Why? Because Orania is a whites-only town. Black people cannot live or work here. Every job is reserved for the whites, every task performed by white people. And yet the residents of this town insist they're not racist. Here's a report.
Welcome to Orania, a remote farming town in South Africa's Northern Cape. It prints its own money, runs its own banks, has its own holidays, and manages its own affairs. Sounds like the perfect township to relocate, right? Well, hold your horses. To enter Orania, you have to qualify on certain parameters. The foremost is the color of your skin. It has to be white, because Orania is a whites-only town. The uniqueness is too obvious to ignore. Wherever you go in this township, you will only find Afrikaners. White people with Dutch ancestry. They do all the work, from playing the piano at the church to reading out the Bible to believers, to running the kitchen at a restaurant, to even gardening at orchards. All jobs, big or small, are reserved for white people. But the residents of this town insist that they're not racist.
We are from Africa. That's why we call ourselves Afrikaners. We want to remain here. We also want to retain our identity. Now, to retain one's identity is not a racist impulse. We wanted to retain our identity against the English or the British imperialism also. They're even whiter than we are, much whiter.
Orania is often dubbed as the last outpost of apartheid, a system of institutionalized racial segregation. South Africa abolished apartheid in the 1990s, but the legacy lives on in Orania. In fact, the township was founded by the son-in-law of Hendrik Verwoerd, South Africa's former prime minister, who's considered to be the architect of apartheid. Verwoerd's bust lies at the museum in this township, serving as a reminder of his beliefs. As for Nelson Mandela, the man credited with ending apartheid, the people of Orania don't really hold him in high regard.
I don't think that I can see him as a hero because he's part of a whole package. Mandela is part of a whole package. And as Mandela, all the other leaders within the ANC make a contribution to create some policy that is for from our viewpoint, not necessarily for the best of this country.
Mandela is not a hero, they say. And they're not racist, they insist. So what is this town all about? An attempt to protect their culture. This township is legal as per South Africa's constitution. An article defends its right to self-determination. But Orania's ambitions could soon spell trouble, because the people here say their next goal is the creation of an Afrikaner republic, a white-only autonomous region within South Africa. Bureau Report, We On, World is One.
No, that's asking too much, you know.
I mean,
isn't that a straight micronation, straight nation building?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's a really controversial thing. On one hand, the whites, the Afrikaners still control. They got what's it called, Rembrandt. They got the Dutch Reformed Church. They got a lot of powerful institutions in South Africa, right? And they control a lot of the things in the movie industry, the media, SABC. They got influence in business and everything, ShopRite. So they got a lot of mines and everything like that. But and so the white people that didn't benefit from this want their own home, their own township and everything like that. But my whole thing is, you know, why basically build that in Africa? They could go to Australia, they can go to New Zealand, they can go to the Netherlands and everything. I just believe the Africans, I don't know, South Africa, I always said, I wrote South Africa years ago. That's a lost cause, you know? Yeah, I wrote South Africa off years ago. I said, that's a lost cause because the black people down there, and what I understand the black people, right? If the white people don't want anything to do with you, right? Why you insist on trying to integrate with them? I can never understand that, you know? You know, why are you forcing yourself on these people? They obviously don't want to mix with you. They don't want to be with you. They're saying, okay, we don't want your cheap labor. We don't want to do anything like that. We just want to be to ourselves, right? And the people that's basically pushing that, I believe if you talk to some African nationalists down in South Africa, they don't care. But it's these people that basically push integration, and people that push race mixing and interracial marriage and all stuff like this. They're the ones that have the problem with it, right? And they make it seem like we should all like this. I'm like this, hey, live and let live, whatever like that. If they're gonna live on a continent and that makes them happy, fine. You know, I have no desire to go to Orania. I don't give a damn about them and everything like that, so long as they're not doing anything unlawful or like that. But the idea of a republic, you know, the township, that's fine with me. But a separate republic, no. Because in order for them to build a republic in Africa, in South Africa, they know they're gonna have to institute some more apartheid stuff. Meaning, basically, they need black labor. There's no way they can compete. White people are not going to do hard manual labor to make their republic work. So what they'll do is, if they do get that republic, they'll have guest workers and stuff like this. They won't use black South Africans, right? They'll go to Namibia, Angola, Zambia, whatever, and import blacks to come in and work for them and stuff like that. It'll be apartheid all over again, and they can get away with it because it'll be a republic. So we can never let that happen. You'll never convince me the whites in South Africa can live in any large scale. That Orania is a small town. You know, they can manage something like that, you know. But to have a nation with industry and stuff like that, I don't see whites in South Africa doing the backbreaking work and stuff like that. They would have to use black labor. And I'm saying if you want a republic and everything, like that, you have to use your own labor, and they won't do that. And I've heard them say at one time, they say we want our own republic, but we want to use black guest labor, and that right there is a no-go.
I think that's not going to be no long-term thing, bro.
They've been doing it for a while.
I mean, it's been there for a while, but I mean, my thing is this: it's arrogant. That's how I see it. They see a people that they can run over. That's what this boils down to. People that they can run over. Chinese come there, run over you know, the African brothers. The only one, ask that particular city to go build that in Nigeria and see how it works there. They know they pick where they want to be. That's one thing they're doing. They know that the brothers there are more passive. You know, I mean, dumb them down, rip their culture from them, and then come in and swoop in like you Superman. We do some farming. We take your land. They done it, bro. I mean,
but the thing is, though, but you got to give them credit. Is that they're saying they don't want to use black labor? They're not using black labor though.
Well, how is they giving credit though? Well, that's what I'm trying to figure. What are you talking about credit?
Well, they said in Orania they don't use black labor. They're doing their own labor,
bruh. I mean, I'm not worried about them getting no labor. My thing is this: take that nonsense back to your country. You don't come there and talk about what you can't have.
Yeah, but you gotta understand something, Mike. You gotta understand something. They're South African citizens.
Dude, you're still missing my point. They came to the country where they're not.
Look, Mike, we can sit here and argue about that all night, right? The whites in South Africa are not going anyplace. The blacks in South Africa.
I think that remains to be seen because now it's.
Let me ask you a question, right?
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
I got you. Go ahead.
Okay, who's going to run these complex corporate? You know, South Africa is not a banana republic. It's a highly developed, industrialized country.
That's true. I see what you're getting at.
Okay, the black people in South Africa, even the Indians, do not have the capacity to run that country, and the whites know that.
You know what? One thing I have been working with is brothers here, and they traveling to Tanzania, Ghana, and they're trying to take their businesses here and work them also in Africa.
I've been hearing that for years.
Man, I mean, we can hear it all for years and everything, but I'm telling you for reality, I was over there for 2 months. So, I mean, hey, I'm not here to please nobody's ears and say, hey, this is what we got going on, this is what we're doing. I mean, I'm not there doing
You think these brothers in America can replace the whites and the Indians and the Chinese in Africa right now in 2023?
You know what? And I'm not giving them all that faith either. That's one thing. I'm going to maintain of giving more faith to black people, no matter where they're located at. That's what my faith is going to be. I don't care what the whites, Indians, Arabs, and have done.
But the reality is that if we're having an intelligent conversation, right? We're not having an emotional conversation. Emotionally, yeah, I would like to say, all these people should get out of Africa. That's our emotion talking, right? But the reality in this show, we talk about the reality was practical, was logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. LARP. Logical, achievable, reasonable, practical. Right?
I guarantee you the president of France was saying the same thing. Let's deal with logical. Now, where is this logical at now?
Right. But the thing is, has a difference. No,
it's not a difference, brother. You just said white.
But has a difference though. Those were third world countries with no electricity, no infrastructure, anything, and they didn't have a large 6-7 million white population. That's the difference.
White is white, and we don't care if they had electricity or not. They come over there you came over there with taking power, and these people took the power back. And you gonna say now you don't have that respect for these particular brothers? Would you have more respect? I have respect.
Look, Mike, listen to what I'm saying. West Africa was a different situation. Europeans never settled in West Africa. There's no white settlement in West Africa. There are no white cities. There's no white towns. There's no white settlement anywhere in West Africa. So basically, it's all about them basically cutting ties with France and whatnot and kicking their diplomats out. There's no white population in West Africa. That's the difference.
But let me pose this to you then. They was getting the minerals for 80 cents. Now they went up to they charged.
Oh, that's beautiful, and I agree with that.
Let me get finished, brother. Now, when they start running this money to them and the minerals and charging them the going rate for it, now they can go ahead and build up their infrastructure. It got to start from somewhere, but don't knock these brothers down.
Well, I'm not. Mike. That's the last time you're gonna say that. I'm not knocking anybody. So don't let that.
You giving more credence.
No, I'm not. No, hold up. Let me stop you right there. I'm not knocking anybody. We're full support of what's going on in Niger. We're just looking at things logical and everything. Nobody's knocking them.
All righty.
So we're doing things. Talk about things practically, right? West Africa and Southern Africa are two different things, two different regions, two completely different worlds. East Africa is completely different from West Africa.
All right,
you can do things in West Africa that you can't do in East Africa and Southern Africa. Two completely different worlds.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what was happening in
But now, let me ask you something, then, Kayla. If this particular town wished to come up and set up in Libya, now how would you feel then?
They would not go to Libya. Why would they go to Libya?
I'm just asking you. I mean, hey, brother, why they go to South Africa? It's just a legitimate.
No, baby, hold on. Do you understand that these the white, the Dutch, the Afrikaners, they're the ones who actually built South Africa, created the republic? You know that?
I mean, I think we go differ on that a little
bit.
No.
I know that.
No, go ahead, Kay. I mean, go ahead with your point.
Do you know the history of South Africa?
I guess
you know the history of South Africa.
Brother, go ahead.
Okay, the bottom line is the British and the Dutch created South Africa, right? They created apartheid system and everything, which they basically created black people into separate different homelands and separate different territories and everything. And then after, and then they had the territories like Botswana, which was like an independent republic. As a matter of fact, Orania is actually modeled on the homelands that the blacks had. You had KwaZulu-Natal, KwaZulu. You had in the Eastern Cape, you had black homelands that they were trying to develop into their own independent, autonomous nation states. Botswana is where they built Sun City, the resort, right? KwaZulu was merged into KwaZulu. The Chief Buthelezi was head of KwaZulu and everything like that. They merged into KwaZulu-Natal, and they became a province in the Republic of South Africa. The KwaZulu people wanted to secede from South Africa, and become a KwaZulu-Natal republic, right? But the elections happened, everything that didn't happen. The last holdout was Botswana, right? The white people said, you know something, we're seeing all this going on. You got black people saying they don't want to be part of South African Republic. They want independence. They want their own sovereign government and everything. And then they had this thing called the Volksstaat. You know, that's what the Orania is based on, the Volksstaat. That means all these different people have their own homelands and everything. You know, the black people in South Africa, right, gave up on the idea of the independent homelands. I don't know if that's good or bad, but a lot of them starting to look at it now saying after 27 years of end apartheid, right, we haven't been integrated into South African society like we should have. Maybe we should have kept our own independence homelands and everything like that. But, you know, but then a lot of people moving into the urban areas and the areas like that. But the thing is, though, so they got everybody into the rainbow country. We're all one country and everything like that when Mandela was president, right? Now what you have with the emergence of Julius Malema and all that. Julius Malema is the last holdout. He wants a black South African republic, right? Minus white people, right? But the thing is, though, Julius Malema is not saying that the black people should basically take their independent homelands, right? Which rightfully so belongs to them. KwaZulu belongs to the Zulus, right? Eastern Cape belongs to the Xhosas, right? Botswana, right, belongs to the Swana people in the north and everything. If these people say, you know something, right, we want to this independence movement, South Africa will break apart. Julius Malema doesn't want that. He wants the black South Africa as it is to stay together, right? Under some super black majority, whatever like that. And in the meantime, the white South Africans, white South Africans agree that the country should be together, right? But they want to be inclusive in this country. Then you got these Orania people, right? Say, look, we see all this, we're just going to basically build our own towns and eventually our own nation state in South Africa and everything. I'm saying like this now, just like Biafra in Nigeria. Biafra wants to be separated from Nigeria. It wants its own republic in Nigeria, right? Because they said, look, Nigeria was an experiment. We don't want any part of it. We had no say-so in the creation of this. We want to secede from Nigeria, right? Right now, the nationalist movement in South Africa has waned over the years, right? People have forgotten about it and everything like that. Buthelezi, I think, is dead now. And the king, the recent king that just died in South Africa, King Goodwill, right? He made a statement before he died. He said, look, when the Afrikaners were in power, everything was good because the Afrikaners gave us money, blah, blah, blah. We recognized our own kingdom and all stuff like this. We were developing ourselves and everything. Now we have people from other parts of South Africa coming to KwaZulu, competing with Zulu businessmen, competing with stuff like that. And so you had these Zulu people uprising over the last 10 years, talking about we want to succeed from South Africa and everything. It's a lot. There's a lot of nuance in South Africa. South Africa is a very complicated country, you know. So what I'm saying is, it's not that cut and dry as these people, white people in South Africa. Like the white people are watching the movements of the Zulu and all these other people talking about they want their own independence and everything, and they're doing the same thing. Only difference is the whites seem like they have the will and determination to act on it, and the black South Africans are still holding out for this rainbow ANC black country. You know.
Wait a minute, hold on, bro. Hold on. So, man, what are you saying, bro? I mean, are you saying that? Let me ask you this then. Let me ask you this.
Right.
Are you saying that these whites or that little town that they need to stay there in order to maintain Africa?
And look. My whole thing is my thing is this, right? I could care less about South Africa. I said a long time ago. I said multiracial societies don't work. That's the way I see it. I say multiracial societies don't work, and either you have them, either you forcibly try to move them out of the country, right, which would be against international law, and you would have
some international law when you know for a fact it's just like somebody moving into your house.
No,
brother.
Mike, I know you're smarter than that, right?
I mean, just come on, brother. Just think about it for a moment.
You cannot just uproot a people out of a country. It don't work like that.
Bruh, you mean to tell me this is the first time you ever heard somebody just upright coming into a country and taking it? Come on now. What do you think?
What I'm saying is they've been there since the 1640s, something like that, in that Cape region, everything like that, you know? And so I'm saying is they basically control the economy and everything. You can't just uproot a friggin' a group of people just like that. It don't work.
They have their own economy, and this is not something that is controlled in South Africa, brother.
Hey, Mike, do you talk to any South Africans? I talk to a lot of South Africans.
I was in South Africa. What you talking about? I was there.
Okay, so
what are you talking about?
What are the black people in South Africa, the intelligent, I'm talking about the dumb idiots when that. What do they say about the whites in South Africa?
But they ain't too much to speak about them because we weren't too much dealing with them. We was worried about what
that's
we had
exactly
going on.
what I'm talking about. That the whites in South Africa are not on the mind of the majority of black people there.
Good point.
That's true. But I would say more so on the American side.
Yeah, so people in America, right? Negro, black people from America, right? We always try to put stuff that we could never do in America. Why don't we basically do something in America against white people? We always say, oh, we're going to do this in South Africa. Black people around the world, like, you guys always talk all that stuff, but everybody else should do it when that. And you guys we haven't liberated ourselves in America.
I mean, hold on, bro. Hold on.
Well, excellent color. And this is, I guess we've played all of the videos except for this one. This one is titled, Why Does Europe Have So Many Microstates? So people going to want to know why we're playing all these Micronation videos. What is it? My best thing is it's the closest comparison to what we're talking about and showing you what other people are doing.
Bro, I thought you was in Tanzania, bro.
Small countries. Not just small relative to huge countries like the United States or Brazil or India or other countries people comment from, but like really tiny countries. The smallest fully sovereign country on Earth, in both area and population, is Vatican City. But it is hardly alone on this continent. So just how do so many of these tiny little microstates exist? And why are so many of them in Europe? So first, what is our general criteria for a microstate? Well, first off, perhaps we should differentiate microstates from micronations, which are tiny, unrecognized countries that someone or a small group of people might set up around their houses or farms or communes or unclaimed territories or disused helipads in the middle of the English Channel, either for fun or to protest something. But since no one recognizes them as actual countries, they obviously don't count here. And I'm also not going to count disputed countries because, frankly, I'd like to be able to post this video with my head still on my shoulders. No, we're here to talk about real, fully recognized countries that just so happen to have an area of less than, let's say, 3,000 square kilometers. Because I said so. Now, dozens of countries actually fit this profile, very few of which are actually in Europe, but most of these countries are islands, which I'm not going to count in this video because their size isn't exactly surprising. I mean, small islands, small country. In order to best explain why all these European microstates even exist as separate entities though, perhaps it would be best to look at each of them one by one to see not only how they got so small, but also how they survived on such a dynamic continent. High in the Pyrenees Mountains, nestled right between France and Spain, lies the Principality of Andorra. This little non-Schengen principality has a population of 76,000 and has no airports, no sea access, and the nearest railway station is in a French town literally called the Hospital near to Andorra. In a sense, really the entire reason for Andorra's existence in its rather unusual form has to do with the fact that most of Spain was once Islamic. In the centuries after the Battle of Tours in 732, in which French generals had successfully prevented Muslim forces from expanding into modern-day France, the Marca Hispanica, or Spanish Marches, were established as a kind of buffer zone between Muslim Spain and the rest of Christian Europe, with the newly created territory of Andorra under the protection of the Count of Urgell in modern-day Spain. These powers, however, eventually transferred to the Bishop of Urgell, with several grants then being passed on to the Count of Foix in modern-day France, effectively establishing him as the secular ruler of Andorra. To alleviate the power struggle between the bishop and the count, the Pariage of Andorra was enacted in 1278, establishing each of them as the two co-princes of Andorra. The Bishop of Urgell still holds his title, but when the County of Foix was incorporated into France, the title of Andorran co-prince was transferred to the King of France, and then after France's very interesting 19th century was transferred to the Presidents of France, now leading to the Andorran government's rather interesting classification as a unitary parliamentary semi-elective diarchy, as they also have a prime minister, who's actually from Andorra. Also high up in the mountains, but this time in the Alps, Liechtenstein is as often forgotten as it is hard to find, as it is hard to pronounce if you don't know German. The Principality of Liechtenstein was first created in 1719, when Charles VI of the Holy Roman Empire, or the ungodly Germanic kingdoms if you prefer, declared that the communities of Vaduz and Schellenberg were now unified into one territory, named after Anton Florian of the House of Liechtenstein. Back then, the idea of there being a principality of this small size in Central Europe was really nothing special, seeing as there were about 1,800 others just like it. But what really sets Liechtenstein apart is how it avoided being absorbed into its neighbors over the next 300 years. All was perfectly balanced until the end of the 18th century when the Napoleon nation attacked, with Napoleon dismantling the HRE and establishing the Confederation of the Rhine within its place, itself quickly replaced by the German Confederation. Liechtenstein became independent again in 1815, narrowly avoiding becoming part of Bavaria, and continuing to solidify its ties to its neighbors Austria and Switzerland. During the Austro-Prussian War of 1866, which was, interestingly enough, a war fought between Austria and Prussia in the year 1866, Liechtenstein manned an army of 80 soldiers to defend Austrian Tyrol from Italy, having sided with Austria in the war, but with Prince Johann II forbidding his soldiers from fighting other Germans. This, by the way, is where we get the popular legend of their army sending out 80 men and coming back with 81 because of their new Italian friend. From this point on, though, Liechtenstein would declare neutrality, though its economic ties to Austria-Hungary in World War I still led to it being sanctioned by the Allies. This led to them forming a customs and monetary union with their other neighbor, Switzerland, which would help it successfully remain neutral yet again in World War II, because Switzerland. In terms of area, the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg is actually quite a lot bigger than the other countries in this video, but obviously a list of mainland European microstates isn't exactly quite finished without it. And it is still quite a lot smaller than its neighbors France, Germany, or even Belgium. Luxembourg dates back to the year 963, originally established as a small town around a fort, which would become one of the many other small kingdoms and city-states within the Holy Roman Empire. That was all well and good, but then once again Napoleon happened and broke up the HRE, with Luxembourg being re-established as a Grand Duchy under the German Confederation, originally being a bit bigger but losing land to Belgium. I actually made a whole video about Luxembourg from Luxembourg about 2 years ago if you want to learn more about it, which is good because now I can give more attention to the other countries here.
It definitely does scream, hey, look at us, we're not the Netherlands.
The Principality of Monaco, one of the world's 3 true city-states, and the most densely populated sovereign state in the world, at a staggering population of 35,000, Monaco has been ruled by the House of Grimaldi more or less since 1297, and, no surprise, is also the country with the highest GDP per capita in the world, at least according to the IMF and the UN. Monaco's name actually dates back to the 6th century BC, as according to an ancient myth, the god Hercules had passed through the area, turning away from the other gods, and thus a temple was erected near the modern nation. Because this temple was the only one here, it inspired the name Monoikos, from monos meaning one and oikos meaning house. The Grimaldi family set up shop in 1297, with the area of Monaco under the sovereignty of the Republic of Genoa. This lasted all well and good until 1797, when who else but Napoleon came in to mess stuff up as usual, conquering Genoa and all its holdings. Monaco was released from French occupation in 1814, but then became a protectorate of Sardinia under the Congress of Vienna the very next year, remaining in this position until the Treaty of Turin in 1860, with Sardinia backing out of Monaco, the nearby regions of Nice and Savoy ceding to France, and Monaco becoming a French protectorate yet again. Monaco was occupied by Italy and then the German Wehrmacht during the Second World War, with said forces being defeated and pushed back in 1944, though sadly not before Germany could get their hands on their Jewish population. More recently, Monaco became a full UN member in 1993, and a new treaty was signed with France in 2002, stating that, should there be no Grimaldi heirs to the Monegasque throne, Monaco would still remain an independent country. One of the oldest sovereign states in the world, and indeed the oldest republic, the most serene Republic of San Marino, was established all the way back in 301 AD by Saint Marinus, who established a monastic community far up in the Apennine Mountains in northeastern Italy in order to escape persecution under the Roman Empire. Like, literally right before they themselves became Christian, but oh well. Throughout its history, San Marino was mostly left alone, save being briefly occupied a few times, even managing to evade invasion by Napoleon thanks to San Marino's diplomat Antonio Onofri literally just becoming good friends with Napoleon. Italy, like Germany, was divided into dozens of different little kingdoms and city-states for much of the second millennium AD, only to unify around the mid-19th century, except with a couple small pieces scattered around. During Italian unification, San Marino became a refuge of sorts for those who had previously been persecuted for supporting unification, with a treaty between San Marino and the new Kingdom of Italy being signed in 1862, effectively guaranteeing their independence. At this point, San Marino just started staying neutral in European affairs, including the unification of Italy and both world wars. Though at one point during the Second World War, the New York Times incorrectly reported that San Marino had declared war on the UK, to which they reportedly quickly told British authorities, no the hell we didn't. Finally, within the city of Rome lies what in my personal opinion might just be the weirdest country on earth, the Vatican City-State, as it's officially known. Home to the Pope and a higher average male-to-female ratio than most fantasy football websites, the Vatican essentially serves as the global headquarters of the Catholic Church, and is the only sovereign country not to be a member of the United Nations. Throughout the Middle Ages, from 754 AD up until its conquest by the newly formed Kingdom of Italy in 1870, much of central Italy was dominated by the Papal States, basically a kingdom whose king just happened to be the Pope. Of course, this all ended in, well, technically 1861, but for sure in 1870. This, however, began a 60-year period of the Pope, actually 5 popes, acting essentially as prisoner of the Kingdom of Italy that they didn't recognize, with Benito no Mustasciolini giving the Pope a small plot of land around the Vatican, provided he recognized the Kingdom of Italy and didn't get involved in international politics. So now that we've answered why all these microstates exist in Europe, now we must ask why all these microstates exist specifically in Europe. I mean, even if we don't count island nations like Singapore or Bahrain or Tuvalu, why aren't there really any mainland countries this small in Africa or Asia or the Americas? Well, mostly colonialism, but also most of these microstates are holdovers of old feudal states from Europe's Middle Ages. Essentially, as Europe was broken up and put back together so many times over the last 2,000 years, These little nations are kind of the crumbs left behind as remnants of when Europe had many more of these tiny little nations. And now they're basically all independent tax havens. Thanks as always for watching. If you want to help support the channel, we have a Patreon page and so just how do
like I was saying earlier, right? Europe basically was intact when it basically confronted Africa, right? They had these little tiny kingdoms and stuff like this. All these kingdoms basically worked together, and they had look at Switzerland, right? Switzerland is like one of the banking hubs of Europe, right? They sit back and make their money on the interest off of all the money that people put in Swiss banks and everything. No, we don't have that on the African continent. We don't have one country in Africa where we could store precious metals, golds, and wealth and everything like that that's stable.
This logo up here, Africa for Africans. Is that you?
That's Bomani.
All right, Bomani. All right. So my point of saying it is this. You saying emotions. Let me pose something about emotions. If emotions was not strong, our leaders, leaders that has been murdered on both continents, United States and as well as in Africa, if emotions was not can't do anything, why they dead? Why do these other leaders view them as a threat to make changes? Because they know if they can get a nation of people to think the way they're thinking, to understand what they understand, and to move in that way, it's
exactly what way?
Whatever it's, if you want to take over your own country to maintain its wealth, whatever they want to do, they have that line of thought to do it, to put it into action, to build their own infrastructure. It can be done, but sitting here thinking that Africans cannot do it, bro, I can't say that.
Nobody ever said Africans can't do it.
Let's see if we can let our guest answer this one now. We have a guest in. Should we keep him in? This is Navigate Freely.
Yeah, let Navigate Freely talk.
Navigate, go ahead, introduce yourself, and let's know what is on your mind. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood.
Sawubon. Yebo Sawubon. My Zulu is limited, but I did ace my Zulu class.
You're living in Ghana. Why are you quoting Zulu?
I can speak some Ghanaian languages too. We're talking about South Africa, aren't we?
I'll speak English and state your point.
Talk about Micronation, not talking about South Africa.
Huh?
Well, can I speak, please?
Sure.
Well, I think South Africans can, run a sophisticated modern state if they are allowed to. You remember what happened to Rhodesia, when they kicked out the invaders. What happened is that the world supply chain, would not recognize them, for what they was doing and what they wanted to introduce to the world a market. The USA and the Europeans, sanctioned them. Would not do business with them. Europeans and the Africans, they have been around the world, carving up the world for themselves, and they control the supply chain. They control commerce, global commerce. That's what they squeezed them with. And South Africans saw this, and in South Africa, there's a minority of white people there. They control all the best land, they control all the resources, and if the black South Africans, was to rise up and just take it, it would just be there, and they would not be able to take advantage of it because the Europeans that controls the global market will not do business with them. But today things are changing.
That's what I'm talking about.
Today things are changing. Today, there's countries, that can defend, in themselves and are creating a new supply chain because they're tired of doing business with these crooks, these Europeans and Americans. And these countries are countries like Russia, who has never, invaded, Africa and carved it up for themselves. In China, who has never physically just invaded Africa and made, so-called colonies. I don't call it colonies. It's invaders. And so in India, in other countries, today they're starting a new supply chain, a new a global market, which is encourage the African nations, that if they do pull away, and get rid of these Europeans from their lands, they still have some place to go.
What global? Let me actually navigate. What global supply chains are being created? I just want to know.
Well, I think its name is called BRIC.
No.
Like
you said products, right? What products are being
the global supply chain that's being created by Russia, China, and India, I'm giving you the answer, and Brazil. It's a supply chain that's gonna, that's going to, be with everything, energy, and raw materials.
Is he talking about brick?
Yes, the supply chain is going to cover all of that. You don't have to go through the Europeans no more.
Hold on, what's the name of the companies, and what exactly they're supplying? Who's buying it?
I don't know the name of all these Chinese and Russians and Indian countries. I don't know all of their names, but BlackRock. BlackRock is one of the biggest criminals on the planet.
Well, I'm gonna give you one of them on the BRICS. It's not the Saudi. What the Saudis? Saudi is using their oil to trade in bricks. That's just one supply. Now, we want to talk about who is another country that got it with them.
They're thinking about it. They haven't done it yet.
It's effective January 1st.
Okay, they haven't done it yet.
All right. Let's say they haven't done it already, but they're making moves, Kayla.
All right. What I'm saying is this, though. Okay. Now here's the thing. Now I know a lot of people are excited about BRICS and everything.
I mean, you know what? Let me tell you something, brother. Ain't nobody being excited about it. Let me tell you one thing about black people.
I'm excited.
I'm just saying it like this, brother, is that whatever they bring about, we just flow with the motion. We ain't never had a person in office for black people. Black people just weather the storm. Whatever they brought, we dealt with it. That's all we have ever done was deal with it. And so,
keep people from getting bombed.
And brother, and the thing about it could be a pro for us and it could be a negative for us. We just got to look at it and play the ball the way the ball needs to be played. And that's how we do. We manage to get through. And so my thing, and the reason why I say that, bro, is if we have a desire for the brothers to stand up to do what they need to do to take over their own country, who am I to sit up here and stop that?
Everybody on this panel, everybody listening to the show wants the best, wants everybody to control their own economy and everything like that, right? We see Rwanda,
but they're not getting the support. They're not getting the support from a mental stand.
Rwanda is doing that, right? Rwanda is actually doing that, right? They're manufacturing this stuff. They're producing stuff. They're making their own computers. It's becoming a business center of Africa, right? I don't see a lot of support among the black world for what Rwanda's doing, Well,
Caleb, one thing you're not going to see at the jump, for a fact that black people don't have that loot like that. But they keep on moving, they keep on building. And then when they start building the European lands for their minerals, that money is going to come in because they have their own people
let me ask you a question, right?
Go ahead, bro.
Now, minerals, right, is only as value. Like I said, the whole has a problem, right?
It's not a problem. It's always going to be a solution.
When we talk about, let me listen to what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Talk about minerals and try to use minerals as a point, right? Minerals are only as value as the person who has a desire or demand for it, right? Or use for it, right? What we need is the fact that if you have something of minerals of value, you have to add value to it, right? And you have to have some sort of use for it, right? Once you have that, right, then you basically have a bargaining chip. For example, Zambia produces a lot of the world's copper, but it has no copper industry. That right there, these are sort of conversations I want to see people have.
That's true. That's true.
Okay,
What you're saying.
what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, let me finish. What I'm saying is this: when we talk about BRIC nations, that's basically going to allow major players to trade among themselves, not using the U.S. dollars. You're decades off from replacing the U.S. dollar altogether in other.
What? No, Caleb, you ain't no decades off from that.
You know what the BRIC is? The BRIC is only if you have oil, you have basic commodities, everything. You could buy and trade stuff, right? And you don't need the petrodollar.
What do you think the dollar is backed by, Caleb?
Yeah, the dollar is backed
by.
Nothing.
Say it again. I didn't hear you.
The dollar is backed by the U.S. military.
It's backed by what?
The U.S. economy.
No, it's not, Caleb. It's backed by oil.
No, that's not what the dollar's backed by.
Hey, come on now, Caleb.
That's what the dollar's backed. The dollar is backed by the $27 trillion largest economy in the world. That's what the dollar's backed by.
Man, no, Caleb, I'm telling
you. Print money against the U.S. economy, you know, and they use petrodollars, right, as the commodity, you know.
All right, let me say this to you then, Caleb.
They don't use petrodollars. They demand petrodollars be transacted in dollars. You know, that keeps the dollar afloat. That keeps the dollar value. If they can get the whole world to do the transaction, their petrodollars, you know, their dollars in petro, then they will stay on top and keep that $1 trillion economy.
The petrodollar is the only thing other countries could trade for that's of any value. Now the BRIC Act saying that, okay, we want to trade in BRIC currency, right? We don't want to use the petrodollars among ourselves. It does not mean
use the dollar. It's not a petrodollar. It's a dollar.
Hold on. What they're saying, what the BRIC countries are saying is we could trade among ourselves in our own currency, right? But if we have to use with the United States, we're going to have to use a petrodollar. So what's going to happen is the United States
not going to use a petrodollar.
It ain't no such thing as a petrodollar.
That's what I'm saying. No such thing as that.
No, what I'm saying is, the point I'm trying to make is when you want to buy something in the U.S., whatnot, you have to use the U.S. currency.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what the BRIC is saying that we can create an alternative currency to trade on stuff that we don't have to involve the United States with, right?
Currency backed by gold.
You could back it by gold. You could back it by anything, whatever you want to back it by.
The U.S. currency, the dollar's backed by bullets. Look what happened to Libya.
By the U.S. economy.
I'm going to post something on that.
And the U.S. economy stays high with bullets.
All right, but let me post something to you, Kayla. You said that the dollar is backed by the U.S. military, 27 trillion.
And also the U.S. military and a $27 trillion GDP.
Now, but
which is 27 billion with bullets.
Yeah, but check this out. But they're over 30,000 in debt. Trillion.
It does not matter. United States.
It don't matter. It don't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Because of the bullets.
All they have to do is devalue the dollar. It doesn't matter. The United States is still the currency of record. It doesn't matter how much debt, you know.
That dollar can flip overnight if they get this thing up and running. It is flipped. Why you think other countries say, "Hey, we're not taking the U.S. dollar no more"? Hey, matter of fact, do you know the exchange rate of the U.S. dollar compared to Canada?
But Canada doesn't have the economy U.S. Black America, the Black America generates more money a year than Canada. What are we talking? It doesn't matter. You got some countries that have it equal to the dollar, but that don't mean they have money.
Well, it's not how much money you make that's most important. It's how much you get to keep.
Canada is a country that does not have a large economy, so it doesn't really compare. Its dollar could be more valuable in America, but it doesn't have enough of it.
Well, I look at it like this, brother, and from whatever limited information I have, I see that this dollar, when I was in Tanzania, it dropped 18% when I was there. And it still haven't went back up. It dropped. Say it again.
Because we have a lot of spending in America, and we're going to inflation. We have prices going up in America because of inflation, because of spending of this administration.
And now, I mean, and that's true. Now everybody's feeling that pinch too. And now what are they doing? Everybody's turning over towards frustration here, you know? So now, if you have countries that are trying to take back their land, minerals,
their money.
I mean, whatever. And they want to say, hey, we want to sell our minerals to you. We will sell you the finished product. If they want to get there and they want to start building their industries, bruh, I'm game for it. I mean, I support it. If they
have the mental, Africans have the mental capacity, you know, to develop and build, you know, and even if they sold their resources at market value, you know, what they can develop, you know, it's just that they don't have control over, you know, the market value. You know, the Europeans set the market value, and then, you know, and if the Africans don't go along with that set market value, then they use violence and force. You know, whether it's under the table, or whether it's overt or covert, you know, they force, you know, an unarmed people are slaves, you know, and there's third world countries in Africa, and they want to keep it that way, you know, but, you know, you have countries like Russia, China, India, you know, they're nuclear powers, they're powers, and they not in the US and the Europeans, they want to subjugate them too. You know, but I think it might be too late now. So the world is changing. There's some new boys in the hood, you know, and that's going to give Africans an alternative, you know, to move towards that and develop them countries, develop themselves into a superpower within itself. I'm looking forward to the United States of Africa. And it's not that just, you know, that small number of Europeans that's in South Africa, you know, they got a lot of power because they got all these European superpowers backing them up. And, you know, and then, you know, the Arabs in North Africa, you know, they took that too. You know, it's not that the black people couldn't develop it. They just didn't have the power to keep it. If you can't, protect what is yours, is not yours.
Yeah.
If you can't protect what is yours, it's not yours, because the Europeans gonna take it. You by hook or by crook, overtly or covertly, it doesn't matter. You know, they got the power. You know, they have had the power, and we got to figure out a way as Africans, you know, to develop weapons, even weapons of mass destruction. You know, that people would think twice, you know, before they come overtly taking our stuff, and then we can negotiate. You know, because, you know, the way they pay Africans, you know, for their natural resources, you know, they can stay in the ground. You know, they want to be worse off. You know, and with the African Union, they start trading among themselves, because everything is here. You know, and trade with the superpowers that's going to, you know, help us develop and give us a fair exchange, you know, for our resources. You know, because the Europeans will not. They went all over the world taking. That's why the USA got $1 trillion economy, you know, be $20 trillion economy, because, you know, their military took it. They're gonna sell drugs, opium, heroin. They're gonna do anything by hook or by crook. You know, the U.S. economy gonna stay where it is, and it's rickety right now. Although I'm in Ghana, and the exchange rate for currency is like almost 12 to 1. You know, well, that's good for me. That's not good for the Ghanaians. But the Ghanaians, you know, they keeping their head down. They don't want to get bombed like Libya. You know, so.
Appreciate you navigate that freely. Kala, continue yours saying something. Mike, if you could just hold on.
No, I was saying that we've heard all this before. You know, we've heard all this before. And the bottom line is the white people, the Europeans, Chinese people, they're about themselves. You know, no one's thinking about trying to give Africa and black people a square deal. It's not like that. Now, will it be somewhat better off than the French and all these other countries? Yes, I think so, right? But the idea that the Chinese are going to be the saviors, the Russians are going to be the saviors, India is going to be the saviors, where India has like millions of people in poverty, and China has 400 million people living in dirt poverty and everything like that. They're going to make sure, and Russia has a huge poverty problem, and everything like that. It's going through a war right now, just bankrupting itself and whatnot. So it remains to be seen about. I just saying, black people should need to stop tipping their hand too soon and get happy about this stuff like that, and then let the thing play out first. If history hasn't told us anything.
I mean, I gotta go on sideways on that one. I mean, if the brothers want to feel a source of strength, I mean,
like I said, that's emotions.
Hey, brother, if you don't have emotions, how do you think the United States got built?
No, America.
Although slavery.
Well,
I mean, how do you think some of the things that these brothers went out and did?
Because other people, like I said, we played a video of Singapore, right? These people did everything right. You know what I'm saying? They actually had a plan and they executed. They have like a 30, 40-year plan to get to where they can see where the benchmarks are and stuff like this. You know, I'm saying
they are used to taking stuff, Kayla. So what are you saying?
Let me ask you a question.
The continent.
Let me ask you a question. Oh, that's a fair question. But what country in the world has the highest per capita GDP right now, Mike?
Mike, no, Kayla, we ain't trying to go down there now.
No. You said they take what they want, right? What country in the world has the highest per capita GDP?
I don't know, Kayla.
It's Singapore.
Singapore, all right, then.
All right, Singapore is an island nation, 300 square miles, right?
Is it European land?
No, Singapore is in Asia.
I mean,
yeah, that's in Asia. That's a like China area, you know.
So let me ask you a question. Singapore could do this, right? They didn't have any nuclear weapons. They didn't have all this stuff like that, like you said, and everything like that. They had a strong leader, Lee Kuan Yew, and whatnot, and they had a plan.
He started off with emotions too. He started off with a thought.
Oh no, he has all emotions. He started off with a plan.
Oh,
you know, he had a plan. And matter of fact, he started off with emotions. Remember, we played a video last week when he found out that Malaysia, Singapore was going to break up. What was Lee Kuan Yew doing, Bomani? Was he crying? Right? He's like, "Well, we're dead, man. We're going to Malaysia." Basically, said, you know, he's like, "I'm a 42 years old lawyer. I'm the father of my country. We got nothing. We had nothing. A country. How I'm going to do this, right?"
They pull investors.
Wait, so are you saying this, Kayla? Then are you saying that Africa and the brothers or the president of the government cannot get it together?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
no. I'm not. Let me see if I can reiterate it. When we talk about countries like Singapore, the main thing we talk about is a small island state out in Asia, and it's literally a few million people with no natural resources. And then we think about all these incredible countries across Africa with all these incredible resources. So the difference is the way they manage their economy and the way they just bring in business people to where people need them. They're in a great location in Southeast Asia to where they can just build all aspects of commerce as far as logistics, financial capital. If you want to keep your headquarters there, I mean, it's an incredible place, but they built it from nothing, little by little. So we're saying all nations have challenges, but look at some of these nations that don't have some of the things that we have as a people. And then Kala can also just add to that.
Well, they have what Europeans don't want, and the Europeans are not invading their land. The Europeans are not, put up residence there. Europeans don't even worry about them. They leave them alone. And if the Africans, were left alone, they can do better.
Navigate. Why is that? Why are they left alone? I mean,
because they don't have anything that the Europeans want. Africa has everything.
Yeah, like I said, man. Like I said, dealing with our folks and whatnot. These two brothers on the line love them to death, man. But geez, let me say this.
What do Singapore have that they want?
Well,
that's why they left them alone. And then they have to find some other kind of way, to bring value to the
navigate.
And Mike, I mean, get a man a chance.
Singapore basically is like the #1 destination of foreign companies who want to do business in Asia. That's what they want, right? The CIA tried to bribe Lee Kuan Yew and everything. They said, no, we don't want that. They brought companies in and said, you want to do business in Asia and everything. They didn't have an airline. They had foreign things. They said they They copied the foreign companies, airlines, everything, and they created their own airline. They had their own national corporation and that was state-owned and everything. And then after a couple of decades and everything, they said, we're going to privatize all these things, the railways, the airlines, everything like that. And they got the best
How
people.
do they protect themselves? How do they protect themselves from the Europeans?
What you have to do is you have to pick up a book, right? Read Lee Kuan Yew's book, buy his book.
I just asked a simple question. How do they protect themselves from the Europeans?
Military, they protect themselves by having diplomacy and having strong leadership. Also,
that's not how they protect themselves.
Also,
China protects them.
No, China does not protect Singapore. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? China has no real strong diplomatic ties with Singapore. What are you talking about?
That's in China. China protects the whole South China Sea area.
Where you get this from?
The USA is not coming there, ever since
China doesn't
taking
have the
stuff.
ability to even do. A couple of years ago, China sent a cruise, a warship into the Singapore's area. Singapore's Navy routed it and sent it right back home packing. With its tail between its legs. Little tiny island country sent China right back. China was making provocative moves in Southeast Asia, and Singapore's Navy intercepted them and sent them right back. Little tiny nation state. What are you talking about? So you guys got to get out of this. Oh yeah, these countries, these small tiny countries, a micro state, Singapore,
Bro,
country
one
like
thing I'm not going to do is get out of something. I've been there. I've been doing work in Africa. I've been talking with brothers over there. We're doing business over there. Now, if you think I'm going to go over there and stop doing it, man, you done lost your God-given mind.
Nobody's saying we want you to go over there.
I know. You got to go there in order to do business, bro.
Right? Yeah,
you're gonna have to maintain a certain type of respect for the brothers and sisters in order.
Right,
to do
right.
this.
And we want that. But the bottom line, like I say, you're in South Africa. You got to understand, right? In South Africa, you don't go to South Africa telling them what to do with the white people. I don't. Like I talk to South Africans. I said that's between you and the whites. I said that at the top of the show. That's not my fight.
Singapore is a city. Singapore is a country that's smaller than New York City. Population-wise and economically-wise.
Well, Singapore basically has the highest foreign direct investment in the world. Right? It has the highest GDP per capita in the world. Singapore has the #1 passport in the world. Singapore basically is a #1 place where people want to move to, and you got a waiting list to get in there just to be a resident.
Well, they want to get in New York too.
I'm not trying. I don't have a desire.
People don't have that. People are homeless. People, you got illegal migrants flooding in New York right now. What are you talking about?
That's what I just said. They're all over the world. They coming to New York and all in the USA. This is the #1 hotspot is right here. If Singapore was so great, the world would be ascending on it.
Well, the bottom line is the Singapore, the world. First of all, most countries in the world don't have immigration problems because they don't need they have their own population to do the work.
They don't let them in.
And also if anybody wants to come to Singapore, you can get a passport with a work visa and everything. It's done orderly. They don't need people flooding into the country.
All right, Kale, I ain't gonna hold you up, brother. I'm gonna get ready to fall off, brother. I wish you all the best, man. Now, when are y'all planning on going back to Liberia?
We got the trip next year.
Oh, it's next year?
Yeah, in March.
So what you got for the remainder? There's none for this year?
Well, Bomani got 2 tours this year. More tours this year.
Oh, he got 2. All right. What is that, Ghana or something?
Here he went to Ghana. He's going to Tanzania and South Africa.
Oh, what part of Tanzania are you going to?
Arusha, Zanzibar Island, and Dar es Salaam.
I know. Now, when you plan on going there?
Dates are right here, November 16th to the 27th.
Well, that's a nice trip, that Tanzania trip. I've never had too much interest in going to South Africa because it's too dangerous. It's like being in the USA, and it's dangerous. People shoot and kill each other.
I mean,
too much.
It's the same thing in the United States, bro. I mean,
that's what I said. I ain't there either. It's too dangerous there too.
All right.
Ghana is much nicer.
I see. You said November. Oh, I see. November 21st through the December 2nd. Is that it? Oh, no, I'm sorry. November 16th.
November 16th to the 27th, 2023. And then also I got the website right here, africafortheafricans.org. 100% of all of our tour schedules on there, and everything is always updated and vibrant.
All right, man. I got you. You brothers take care of yourself now. I wish you all
take care, Mike. Good luck.
Brother. All right, too.
Peace.
Go.
Yeah, so like I said, we have to get out of this idea. You know, like I said, what we need right now in the black world is real intelligent people. This idea, the world's listened to us for like the last 100 years talking about. I've heard all the speeches I'm going to hear. I've heard all the speeches, the talk I'm going to hear, and everything like that. But the bottom line is we have nobody with a real plan to really build anything and everything. We just like, oh, the white man's going to do what he wants to do. Ask yourself this question, just like when people ask about slavery, right? If nobody's selling, nobody's going to be buying, nobody's selling. You know, and colonialism and everything, like all the stuff like this we talk about. You know, we talk about colonialism, but why is it that everybody's going to the former countries, right, for visas, for education, for business, and stuff like this? Why are we sending our kids to their schools in England and all these other countries and everything like that? And then we talk like we're serious about getting free from these people. Are you kidding me? Now, what I would like to see in these new countries that basically cut ties with France and everything, I want to see how the education is going to be done. How do we get rid of the French language? How do we integrate African education system together and build something? I think this president of Burkina Faso, this young guy, is dynamic. I like what I hear so far. You know, he's talking about making. He says, "Look, we're going to make Burkina Faso a place where people go to that they don't have to go to Europe for everything like that." You got so many Africans that were flooding out of Africa by the tens of thousands and everything like that, going across, drowning in the Mediterranean, crossing the Atlantic, right, coming up through Mexico and go every place else. You got all right now. Eritreans are rioting in Israel. I'm like, I never seen Israel has so many black people, you know, and they're talking about mass deportation of Eritreans out of Israel because they're rioting over some policy back in Eritrea, and you got there's like a full scale war with Eritrea. Why are black people always in other people's countries doing all this stuff and everything? And I'm saying, like, what is the idea of building Africa? You know, it's one thing to talk about it and get emotional about it. It's another thing to do it. I look at Singapore, man. They most of the world probably didn't even know Singapore existed, but all that time they were building, all that time they were planning, all that time they were doing. The next thing you know, by the 90s and everything, Singapore had emerged on the world stage. You know, so
there's lots of small countries like Singapore, you know.
But not like
Dubai, that. You know, city, and you know, and there's plenty of those Indonesian, Asian, you know, Arab type states.
Not on the level of Singapore. Now on the level,
you know, and Singapore is, you know, has attracted people, you know, like Switzerland. You know, it's just a small, tiny country in Europe. You know, and it's a basically a micro state, you know, and so they have their own laws, and Europeans not attacking each other. So they have laws. They can have banking laws. That's where the world criminal, you know, industry, you know, launder and store their money.
Well,
it's not that, you know, that's why everybody got those Swiss bank accounts, you know, because that country is the one that hoards the resources of the world.
Everybody stores money in Switzerland that has gold reserves and everything. That's what people put their money in. You know,
and nobody's going to attack it and take it like they did in Libya because, you know, Switzerland is surrounded by superpowers.
Well, Libya was a situation where, unfortunately, you know, that
they couldn't defend themselves. You know, they couldn't defend themselves. You know, so Europeans know the formula of success and wealth, and the number one thing for the formula is security, national defense. That's what, you know, that's the biggest excuse in the USA for everything they want to do. You know, this is a matter of national security.
let's backtrack a little bit. Libya's problems started, right, when they had the Arab Spring and everything. Nobody thought it was going to hit Libya. And then a lot of people in Libya wanted to rise up against Gaddafi and stuff like that. You know,
that's not what happened.
That's exactly what happened.
You know? What happened was, you know, Obama, you know, they created Al Qaeda. They flew in people, you know, to fight against the Libyan forces. They flew them in.
There was months of civil.
Hey, Kala, go ahead. You have to start over. You're almost talking at the same time. Navigate, you gotta let him Kala just give him time to just go over what he's going over.
What happened was there was war in Libya that was going on for months and everything like that. And what happened was the United States and NATO tipped the scales in favor of the rebellion. That's what happened. You know, it was already underway. And the United States tried to basically, the United States was actually in bed with Gaddafi. It had normalized relations with Gaddafi, you know? And basically what happened was when this uprising happened, nobody thought it was there. Obama, for some strange reason, decided not to protect Gaddafi and everything, Hillary Clinton. And next thing you know, the world starts saying, no, we can't let Gaddafi slaughter his own people and everything. And we took the side of the people. And that was a big freaking mistake. That's what happened.
That is what the fake news, you know, reported during that time.
Exactly what happened, bro.
You know? But, you know, actually, you know what, you know, Gaddafi was one of the biggest, you know, positive factors on the whole continent of Africa.
Oh, there's a lot of people.
Can I finish too? You know, I was quiet.
Hey, but you're talking fantasy.
Well, you was doing it too.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. You got your own navigate.
You was doing it too, and you do too.
No, I'm just telling you facts. I have no dog in this.
I'm telling you facts.
So we could pull up the videos and we could find out what happened.
Well, we can pull anything. You told me it's not a fact. You know that Gaddafi financed a lot of things for the whole continent of Africa, like satellites, so people can have cell phones.
Nobody's gonna doubt that. But the thing
well,
is,
let me say it then.
Libya was also part of the Arab League too. It was not just
it's part of it, and Libya was also part of the African Union.
Yeah, but the thing is though, when people was asking Gaddafi, right, that Gaddafi also right before this happened, right, he said that he met with the Italians and said you can't let the Africans migrants come there, they're ignorant. And,
well, you gotta pull that video out. I don't believe that one. You know, all I know is that you know what Gaddafi did. Gaddafi, you know, wanted to sell his oil resources. You know, he didn't want to use the U.S. dollar no more. He wanted to sell it, you know, using gold. He wanted gold for the oil.
Yeah, that's what people
you
say.
know, and he didn't want the central bank, you know, controlling, you know, the resources in Libya. He ain't want it in Africa, you know. But when anybody go against the central banks, you know, that controls the world, that's when they get attacked, you know, by European powers. And Al Qaeda, that's just a ruse. You know, the USA and Obama and them, they created Al Qaeda, and they used it as a false flag, you know, so they can do things, you know, around the world.
So
you
actually believe, so I guess you actually believe that these jihadists and all that stuff aren't real. They're not serious.
Well, some of them are, but a lot of them is false flags.
Or not.
A lot of them is created and armed by the West, you know, so they can attack, you know, where they want to, and then the USA will fake news report that there's a legitimate uprising in Libya. The people are uprising, you know, the opposition forces, you know, and all of that, you know, and then after they destroyed the place, you know, they took the gold.
That because the people that took out Gaddafi in Libya were part of the jihadists, and like they start, as soon as they got rid of Gaddafi, they start slaughtering Africans in the country. So what are you talking?
You know, that's their job. They slaughter people. That's why Obama and them hired them. And then Clinton, Hillary Clinton, she was glad about it. She said, "We came, we saw, and he died." She was happy. They had no business in Libya. Period.
You talk a bunch of nonsense because I just said the jihadists and all these people that wanted to drive the Africans out of Libya and everything like that. They're the ones who opposed to Gaddafi, and the United States helped them.
Yeah, because that was their boys. That's why they helped them. They
But
wasn't
the
there to, to fight terrorism and jihadists and all of that. They was there to destroy a Gaddafi from helping, the African Union and helping its people, and they succeeded.
That's not what
You
happened.
just don't. That's the bottom line. That's what happened. That's what it is today. Libya today is not thriving like it was.
Look, Gaddafi, when Gaddafi was in power, Libya was Tripoli was a beautiful city, right?
Gaddafi has never been a superpower.
Let me give you a thing, navigate, right? These jihadists and everything give a shit about building anything. They have no real political ideology. If you listen to them talk about that, all they want to do is burn, rape, loot, and kill. They don't have it.
Sounds like the U.S. and the European nations to me. Those are the jihadists. Those are the ones with the power to go around and destroy whole nations. And they've been doing it.
But look, navigate, man. I know how old are you? 66 years old?
Well, can you open your eyes and see what's been going on in the world? Where have the jihadists destroyed a nation at?
The bottom line
without
is
the help of from the West.
No, what I'm trying to tell you is this, though.
What I'm trying to tell you is that you got to look at the bottom line.
When you have a situation where people somehow don't want to be ruled, whatever like that, they said it was time for Gaddafi to go and everything like that, and the stupid international community basically came in and said, Gaddafi's an evil, corrupt dictator and everything, and they sat back and let
it's called propaganda.
Carnage go. NATO
it's called propaganda.
Hold up, NATO could have came in, right, and helped Gaddafi secure the country.
They weren't helping nobody. They destroyed the nation.
They could have done that, but they did not do.
They did.
And the United States.
I know what they did.
In its own oil interests, because Libya has oil in Benghazi and all these other places like this. That's what the United States was there for. It had nothing to do.
Libya was practically a paradise for Libyans before the Western powers came in and the so-called help. They ain't helped nothing. They destroyed the nation.
Gaddafi was greened the desert. He brought a lot of progress to the country.
Yeah.
So my point I'm trying to make is navigate is this. So I don't think the United States understood what Hillary Clinton said. All they saw was a bad guy. You guys said what happened in Egypt, Tunisia, all these other countries, right? So to the American public, this was just one more bad guy.
The war against terror. One
more bad guy.
I know all about that false flag. It was a false flag. It's called the Hegelian dialectic. Problem, reaction, solution. The Europeans create a problem, and then they get you to react so they can come up with the solution that they want.
They took out Gaddafi. What they did was they strengthened the jihadists in that whole region, and that's why
of course they did.
And all these other people, and that's
those are supposed to be the people they fighting against, but they strengthen them, helping them when it's convenient for them, arming them, moving them around in jets. So it's all a bunch of crap.
Hold up. Let me say this: the instability was what triggered Niger. All these other countries said, "Look, man, we got these jihadists running around. We have these countries that are not doing anything about it right. These presidents that are weak and everything." So all these countries, the number is the reason why you ask them why they got rid of they overthrew their presidents, whatnot, because they said in Mali they said
their puppet president said that that was installed by the West. They say, look here, we got to help fight against these terrorists and stuff. And then they get a president in with the CIA, and he agree with everything they say, so they can move their bases into their land, unrestricted.
They were not.
But you think they invited them in? Oh, we so scared of these jihadists. We need the West to come in and save us. That's not how it works. That's not how it was.
Navigate. You got to calm down. Don't have a heart attack.
I ain't having no heart attack.
The military.
I just totally don't agree with you as far as
navigate.
That ain't
navigate.
Your
You're gonna
historical.
have to calm down. You just going on.
He's going on.
Going on too. We both going on.
I'm trying to make a point, and you're just filibustering.
Your point. I'm trying to make a point too.
Navigate. Flow them, brother. Please flow them.
I'm saying that the militaries and all these other African countries basically is like these people are not. The West is not serious about fighting the jihadists. We are. So that's why they got rid of the president in Mali and Burkina Faso and Guinea. They said we're going to handle this ourselves because these countries, these presidents are more interested in protecting French and Western interests than fighting the jihadists. That's what happened. And
that's not what happened. What happened was the West fomented these people, poor people, and they hired them, armed them, and told them what to do.
You don't have any proof.
They was like the modern day Ku Klux Klan in Africa. Let me make my point. I'll let you make yours.
It doesn't make any logic.
I'll let you make your point.
Basically, if they got interest in these countries, right, that's delicate, right? Why the heck would they be forming friggin' Al Qaeda? It doesn't make any sense.
Because that will give them an excuse to put their base right in the middle of your country.
What are you talking about?
That's why. And, so anything go down, they ready. Because France don't have to leave, but the whole world is staring at them, and the world is changing. And the USA even reducing troops, but they haven't totally left Niger. But France ain't totally left Niger at the moment either. If they don't want to leave, they don't have to leave. But the world narrative, would be totally against.
Geopolitics, you talk
because it's a new world. It's a new world.
The West, right, create Al Qaeda and then fight it at the same time.
They created Al Qaeda. It's a false flag. I'm telling you, they giving you the okie doke. You falling for the okie doke.
I guess 9/11 didn't happen, right?
9/11 was a false flag too. Did
So
you see the buildings? The buildings was demolished. They fell straight down like they were in their footprint. Can't no plane, make that jet fuel cannot make them buildings crush down in their footprint. And building 7, it was demolished too, and didn't no plane hit it.
With people conspiracy.
It was destroyed too with demolition.
I'll say so the Pentagon, the plane flying the Pentagon, that didn't happen, right?
Well, something did hit it. Yes, it wasn't no big jumbo jet plane because they didn't find no jumbo jet plane wreckage. The Pentagon was hit by a cruise missile.
Oh Lord, man! I mean, geez, man. The
evidence is clear. You haven't done the research. I have. The evidence is clear. Believe the evidence. There was no jet wreckage there at the Pentagon.
And you wonder why black people are where they are right now. Here it is.
And then they found Mr. Atas. They found his ID after those planes hit the World Trade Center. And they can read his name and see his picture. It didn't even get burnt up. That's a whole bunch of crap, and you swallowing it hook, line, and sinker.
Oh Lord,
Hey, Colin, Navigate is so smart. He figured out what really happened during 9/11.
I ain't the only one. I'm not. It's just not. It's not me. This is not me. It's a lot of people think just like I do. And a lot of people think just like you do, Colin, because they believe everything. They believe everything the fake news tell them. The propaganda. They swallow all the propaganda. Hook, line, and sinker. That's why you control.
Yeah, are you part of a secret society?
What?
Are you part of a secret society?
There are secret societies. Black people have secret societies. No, I'm not a part of a secret society.
Where do you get all these conspiracies from?
Well, where do I get? Well, you call them conspiracy. You can call that's what the fake news propagandists call it, a conspiracy, because we're the only one that can tell you the truth, and you believe it.
Are these facts or what he's telling you?
I look at the facts. You saw the World Trade Center. You saw how they were destroyed. You saw it, but you didn't believe your eyes. You just believe what you was told.
Do you know what kind of movies I like? I like Disney movies. They bring.
I don't like Disney movies. That's
just create an animation. They create an animation.
I don't watch cartoons.
My point is, they can make anything believable. So
Hollywood can make anything believable, and then if you believe that the news, this is the only legitimate news source, you're gonna believe everything they say. You know what they say? He who controls the printed page controls the thinking of the age. Now, if you dominate, with all the media, and that's the only thing you hear, and they tell you the same thing over and over and over again, pretty soon, if you don't have a strong enough mind and know who you are and have respect for your intelligence, you're gonna believe what they say. It's easy to believe. You can believe anything.
Navigate, Jughead said, Navigate, stop interrupting, because you just keep on running.
Well, I don't listen to Jughead. That's why they call him Jughead, because he's a Jughead.
you have to. Kyle's talking with you. You have to let him interject, especially when you.
But I thought you was talking. I didn't hear him. I heard you.
Especially when you're bending, when you're making up stuff. You know, you gotta let him interject.
I'm not making up nothing. You know, people the West do BS the world. You know, who you think destroyed the pipeline, you know, of gas going to Germany, the Russian pipeline? Who you think destroyed that?
Who did that?
Who do you think?
The Germans did it.
If they did it, they hurt themselves. Why would people hurt themselves? I wouldn't think a person that would hurt themselves, you know.
Competitors, or is it answer C? None of the above.
Well,
Germany was an ally of the United States. Why would the United States basically hurt their own allies by blowing up a pipeline?
Who do you think did? You think Russia did it? Because the media in the USA say Russia blew up their own pipeline. That's what
it was. It was Siberian separatists. How about that?
Well, okay, and you know, Siberian separatists.
How about I got a better one for you. How about neo-Nazis?
Well, neo-Nazis, you know, neo-Nazis is part of the Europeans.
How about the Eskimos blew it up?
Well, you know, hey, well, that's not logical either. You know, because Biden said he was gonna do it. He said it, but nobody want to remember what came out of his mouth. And you know, and by blowing up that pipeline, that's supposed to hurt Russia, which it didn't, you know, because Russia got plenty of resources, and also what's going into this year because they running another pipeline, you know, through the Niger and everything, you know, they want to do it for free, you know, to pump, you know, to bring gas all the way to Europe. They have an alternate plan, you know, to help Germany survive. And you know, that's why everything, you know, flipped a lid in Niger because of the pipeline there.
What type of gas are they bringing in?
The same kind of gas, you know, that the Russians were supplying to Germany. They bringing in natural gas. You know, they got a natural gas pipeline going north, you know, in Africa.
Natural gas coming
going their way to Europe.
Where's the natural gas coming from?
The source, I'm not sure. It could be Nigerian.
Could be Nigeria, or is it Nigeria?
I don't know. I said I'm not sure. You know, I know the pipeline is being constructed through the desert going north.
Amazing.
Absolutely, we appreciate it. Navigate. Let's get some of these questions. Kala, one of your favorite person right here, got a question for you. He's you know, coming against what you said about Singapore. It says Singapore was built up mostly from white European investment, white people looking to do business in Asia. Is that a fact?
Well, it's like this. Let's say like this. If you understand the Bandung conference, right? Now you got to go back to Bandung. And I know Tay Brown never studied history, so he don't know what the Bandung conference was, right? In Jakarta, Indonesia, in I think the fall of 1955, there was a big conference, right, called the Bandung Conference, right? And in that conference, who turned up there? Kwame Nkrumah was there. Adam Clayton Powell was there from New York. Congressman Adam Clayton Powell was there from New York, okay? And he witnessed the Bandung Conference, right? And what the Bandung Conference was all about was these Asian countries and Middle Eastern countries and some African countries this would be 2 years before Ghana got its independence, you know, as the first country in Africa to achieve independence, okay? The Bandung Conference was all about how do Asians rise up, take control over the region, right? Region, and free itself from colonial. Because you could talk all you want about colonials, right? But if the foreign companies control all your logistics, what can they control the direction of your economy, right? So Singapore says, you know something? If I want to trade with the Philippines, I can't do that, right? Because we don't have the logistics set up to do business with each other. The only thing I could trade with right now is my former mother colony, Britain. We like to build up a regional Asian economy, Asian infrastructure, Asian industry, and everything like that. To do so, right, we don't have the manpower, the brain power, or the know-how to do this, right? We can rely on Japan, but Japan was still rebuilding after World War II, okay? Japan helped out a lot as far as like these things. I'm gonna talk about that in a minute. So they basically set up the thing where they said we're going to give Asian countries favorable trade policies and integrate Asia into one big trading bloc, right? Now, Singapore said, you know something? We have all these countries in Asia that want to do business with each other, right? But we have all these countries spread out and everything like that. Why don't we be that country where all the people from Korea, the business people from Korea, and everything can meet in one place, right? And open offices and do business and everything and like this. To do so, we need foreign Western companies that can handle things like teach us how to do things like international banking, insurance, and all this stuff like that, real estate, and all this stuff like this. So they invited a lot of Western companies to come in there, IBM and all these other companies to come in, technology company, AT&T, wherever like that, to provide telecommunications and everything. And yes, a lot of Western companies did initially invest in Asia, right? But over the time, guess what? What they did was they basically learned this stuff and they started carrying their own companies. And now look at the technology in Asia. You know, now Asia is the #1 producer of microchips, technology,
Taiwan.
You know, and so
Taiwan
integrated into an Asian economy because they had a market. Now Singapore was always a place where Western companies can go. Singapore companies said years ago that they favor a lot of Western companies over Japan because unlike in Japan, when a Japanese company comes to Singapore and Asia, right, Thailand and everything, the CEO of the company was always Japanese. They say they noticed that the U.S. companies were only ones that a local Singaporean could be a CEO of that company, and it'd be completely Singapore based. The Japan, basically, even though Japan was in Asia too, competing with the West in Southeast Asia, Japan always made sure a Japanese was always at the top level of management. And so therefore, that's what gave Western companies an edge in Southeast Asia over Japan. You know, that's why you see a lot of Western companies and like that. They looked out for their own interests. They said, we want our people to become CEOs and everything like that, eventually create our own companies and everything. With the Japanese, it was basically Japan was basically trying to dominate the region based on, you know, Japanese hegemony. Now, in the late 80s, right, Japan had made so much money through its borrowing from its real estate, was the hottest real estate in the world, right? They took a lot of that capital from this real estate in central Tokyo, right? And they loaned a lot of that money to Southeast Asia, right, to build industries and everything like that. So what we call NIADM, newly industrialized economies. Thailand got industrial parks, made batteries, everything, and they further integrated on the Bandung conference, right, where this country will make this part, this country will make batteries and all the stuff like this. And so therefore, all these countries start following a model. So we all can't make cars, but I can make some of the parts. You can make some of the parts. We'll make the assembly plant right here. And so therefore, that's why Asian countries have grown to the point where now these countries could produce their own cars and everything like that. But they had to take steps because they knew they could not basically produce right away. So they had to get Western and Japanese investment into the stuff. So you may call it a white company. When you talk about nation state building, you know, who knows? The Afrikstan might have to rely on other different races to initially provide industries and stuff like that, you know? And that's just the truth. That's just being real. You're not gonna come in here, black power, black power, whatnot, and you don't know how to do shit, you know?
Well, appreciate it, Colin. Appreciate it. Let's give Navigate a chance to
well, you're talking about very small, homogeneous, you know, societies. Japan, you know, after World War II, you know, they were. Can I finish, please? I was quiet. After World War II, you know, they were rebuilt. You know, just with Western, you know, funds and Western. You know, we rebuilt Japan. In Japan, they was united because they was all just Japanese, you know, in one island nation. You know, so it was easy, you know, to consolidate. They was all consolidated, you know, towards toward their goal to be something, and they had help from the West, but that help came with conditions. You know, the West do not just go out there, you know, out of the kindness of their heart, you know, with non-white people and just build them up for free. You know, even Singapore, even Taiwan, you know, that's why, you know, the West is so afraid that, you know, the Chinese is gonna attack Taiwan because it belongs to them, you know, with the microchips and everything, you know, and Africa has been doing this. The continent of Africa has been doing the same thing. We've allowed Europeans, we haven't allowed them. The Europeans that's come into the whole continent of Africa and done whatever they want to. They just never did really want to, you know, to give the people any a legitimate power over themselves.
Yo,
you know,
I thought you were gonna give me an intelligent answer, man. Come on.
Well, you the one that's saying we need to be dependent on Europeans because we don't know how to do nothing. Africans know how to do everything that needs to be done to build a modern society. Only reason they can't do it is because they're not allowed to it because they don't have the security.
On do $300 billion worth of business together. You know, how is the America own Taiwan?
America controls Taiwan. America is an empire. You know, you didn't know that? America has over 300 military bases all around the world, more than any nation in the world.
How does America control Taiwan?
With power and influence.
Power like what? Give me an example. I don't want these vague abstractions. Give me a specific.
Economic power. You know who you think developed that? Who you think developed Taiwan, the island nation? Just like they developed the island nation of Japan and Singapore. You know, all these little island nations, they come in there, they control. Even the countries in Africa, the CIA select the heads of these countries and control them. That's what you do, and you have an empire. You control the resources and the economics and turn the wheels. You can't see that. You think they just invited them in, say, come on in here, we stupid, we don't know what we're doing, and we need you to help us.
I'm never gonna get any place. You think the white man is Thanos? He controls everything.
No, he ain't Thanos. You think you're Thanos.
Oh, the white man got the
you the one that think the white man got all the power, and we got to follow his lead. You got to let him in your country, and you got to let him teach you how to do stuff, you know, because you don't know how to do nothing. We've done that.
You said America controls Taiwan. When I asked you how, you can't give me an example.
And Taiwan is dependent on the United States too, because the United States propaganda keep telling Taiwanese, you know, that China is going to invade you. China is going to invade Taiwan and attack it and take it over. And you know, and if China did attack Taiwan, Taiwan could not defend themselves against China because China is too big and powerful. They need the USA.
Hold on. Have you ever seen a Taiwan parliament, Rand? They be doing kung fu kicks, knocking each other upside the head and whatnot, some everything. Does any American come there and say, this is what y'all gotta do? Because America has the influence to tell Taiwan how to pass.
That's not what we talking about.
You said America controls Taiwan. Show me where.
Yes, America not only controls Taiwan, the USA controls a lot. The US, you know, America controls Ghana, basically.
Just show me the U.S. policy where America said in writing. Show me anywhere where the United States said, Taiwan, you better do this or whatever, and they couldn't do anything.
The CIA is not stupid. You heard of covert. You know, the CIA is more powerful than you think it is. The CIA is a world power within itself.
The CIA is so powerful, then how did they mess up the weapons of mass destruction? How they told us the Saddam weapons of mass destruction? How they?
Well, they didn't mess it up. They told you that last, so they can go in there and destroy the nation and take what they want.
The CIA missed 9/11 if they're so great.
They didn't miss nothing. They did it, you know, on purpose, so they can start the spring, the Arab Spring. The Arab Spring started right after 9/11, and they did it on purpose so they can go to war.
Now you
war
say
is good for business.
Blew up the buildings of 9/11, right? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, 3 buildings got blew up. You know, so, the 2 towers and Building 7. And Building 7 was hit by nothing.
You said the US CIA did that, right?
I said it was a false flag, yes. And I'm not the only one that thinks that way. You know, look at the obvious facts. The fact that Building 7, you know, what plane hit Building number 7?
You'll give
No
me a
plane.
headache. You'll give me a headache.
There was no airline wreckage, that from the Pentagon. And then it just and just before all of this, the Secretary of Defense, I forgot his name, with glasses, he said we just lost trillions of dollars. And then then everybody forgot all about it, because of 9/11.
Else on here is gonna give me
I
another.
Navigate, appreciate it. Also, Khaled, hold on, please. That way we don't have to go back and forth with the same argument you and him don't agree on. Just want to bring in Brother Amara since he's here. Just want to make sure we just connect with him. Greetings, Brother Amara. What's on your mind? You have a question for Navigate or Kala?
Yeah, I just want to make a statement.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, that's why the Chinese today, this is a lesson. If we follow the Chinese today, we know how we'll learn a big lesson. See, the United States had a World Trade Organization, right? They had organizations like the IMF. They call them the Bretton Woods organizations that started after World War II. Okay? Now, they tied the U.S. dollar. It was the U.S. dollar. They told the Saudis to, because the Arab, the Middle East was so insecure, America said, I'll give you security if you price the oil in dollars. That's what made the U.S. dollar so powerful. Okay? That's one. Two other Bretton Woods organizations like the United Nations, which is a USA-run organization. Hold on, wait a minute. It's USA created. They created it, and for the United States and Europe. But the United States, among them bunch right there, United States is the leading power. Okay, they get their way in United Nations. They get their way in the IMF. In fact, all the IMF, the people that deposit money in the International Monetary Fund are Western companies, European companies, and American companies that benefit from giving out these loans in the National Monetary Fund. Now you got the IMF, and then you got the World Bank. All these are USA countries. Now, China is a typical example of how far America wants you to go. Now, China followed the same rules, came up on all these organizations. You understand what I'm saying? The natural trend is when, as soon as you come from a poor agrarian agricultural country to build a strong middle class, and your economy is one of the biggest in the world, you have more power in the IMF, you have more power in the United Nations, you have more power in the World Bank.
And weapons of mass destruction.
No, I mean, China control their own weapons of mass destruction. They found out that their way through Russia. You see what I'm trying to say? So they found out outside of that. I'm talking about the economics. The economics part is, that's why America is only going to let you rise a certain extent, because if now when India, no, it doesn't have to do weapons of mass destruction. I'm talking about pure economics. Pure economics. You build your country, you trade. America is the biggest consumer market. That's why when you go to Walmart, everything is made in somewhere else. That's America's power over all these other manufacturing people, like China and all the other Asian countries. Any other country in the world can bring stuff into America. You see what I'm saying? For that, they're gonna hold. For you to bring stuff into America and put it in Walmart, you gotta hold a certain amount of U.S. dollars in your bank account. That's what will make the U.S. dollar powerful. That's one weapon the United States use. Okay, like the Navy, that's another power they use by having military bases and weapons of mass destruction. That's a second dimension. The U.S. dollar is one powerful weapon they use. The powerful Navy and weapons of mass destruction. That's another dimension they use. But China and India are finding out. That's why they have the BRICS. They're finding out that, okay, you say we need to step from a poor country all the way to manufacturing country, all the way to the next step is a middle income. Then we're going to move to where you at. But what these people find out is that when they have got past those stages, they don't want to give them power in the IMF. They don't want to give them power in the World Bank. They don't want to give them power in the United Nations. They don't want to make them part of the G7. The G7 is a white organization, including Japan. Why is the Western? Those are the most powerful countries that sets policy around the world. That's the 5 European countries, Japan, and the United States. It's like a little inner core among all the organizations, like the Supreme Court of all organizations. So what the Chinese and Indians do, they find out that them and the rest of the South countries in South America and Africa and all these other poor places, they need a voice. So they created this organization called BRICS. BRICS is the voice for the South because they can't get no power in the white organizations that America set up. You see, so when you say we're gonna learn from this Chinese, you can only go. America's only gonna let you. They put you in a box anyway. It's the same system like in America. The black man can only get so much power. You can only move but so far. You see what I'm saying? The top echelon of the elite, of the people that form the 1% of America, is white for white. The black man, I don't care how much you're smart or how much you can only get up to high upper middle class. They created a space for you. You can't be better than the white man. So it's the same thing they do in America. It's the same thing they do in other organizations around the world. So now China is trying to break free, even phones. Because China right now, their military is moving so fast, it's going to overtake, like the Navy is #1 in the world. They got 400 ships. America got 298 ships. And America's ships is slower. The Chinese are already up there, like the Navy. Then they're going around the world, the economics, America put a stop to them. Because right now, chips is the new AI chips and chips for everything. Even your phone, refrigerator, everything you use, you got to use chips. Now, America said there's one China policy, only one China. Okay, they got 2 policies, right? This is how dishonest the white man is. It's always like that. They made one deal with China and say there's only one Chinese policy. There's no Taiwan, there's no China. It's one China. Okay? Then they got another treaty agreement called the Taiwan Agreement Act, which the United States can intervene and defend Taiwan in case they come under attack. So you see how the white man do? Anytime he make an agreement with you, he got a backup agreement somewhere else to undermine the original agreement. You see, so now Taiwan is #1 in
absolutely.
high-end
Amara,
chips.
before you continue on, Kala, you like to respond?
Yeah, I'll agree with a lot of what he was saying, but goes against what Navigate was saying, where the United States controlled Taiwan. No, America basically backed off and recognized the one China. Taiwan has no official recognition with the United States, right? If America had any control, they would have recognized Taiwan and have an embassy. It doesn't have it. China. No country in the world recognizes Taiwan because they don't want to incur the wrath of China. So America basically is not as strong. It's not Thanos like Navigate says. So this idea of using America's excuse that they're gonna do this and everything. America couldn't prevent Pakistan from developing nuclear weapons. America couldn't stop India from developing nuclear weapons. America's can't stop Iran from doing nuclear weapons. So this idea of black people sitting back talking about, oh, the way they're gonna do whatever they're gonna do. The bottom line is being weak invites chaos, and we have a lot of people that's in power in the black world that invites us because they make foolish decisions and everything, silly decisions and everything like that. And we don't really have leaders. I just hope these leaders that took over in Mali and Niger and all like that read the writing on the wall that they don't need the West for anything. Biden today said is withdrawing all the troops, military bases from Niger. That's a good thing. That just happened recently, a couple hours ago. Which means the United States, so this idea that they got military bases, they're sending their ass packing. So this idea that basically the white man is Thanos and all stuff like that is a farce. Now it's time to freaking come together and talk about building a future and everything, and stop worrying about what the white man's going to do. Every other race of people is freaking moving forward and everything like that. They're not worried about the way they understand what they are. The problem with the black man is he doesn't know what he wants in the world. He goes to the Western world and say, what do you want, boss? What are we doing? And the West has been projecting itself on Africa. And that's why you have something like Cyril Ramaphosa, which he's a member of BRIC, but he let Joe Biden tell him to shut down this coal industry, which was stupid, you know? So I want to know how powerful could BRICS be if the United States could pressure him to think. Now South Africa is having load shedding and blackouts and everything. First time in its history. South Africa used to generate half the continent's electricity. Now it basically it has blackouts for the first time in its history. So this idea like this. So I'm not really to celebrate one black country, African country inside of BRICS just yet. You know, I think we have a long way, decades to go. And I want to ask Amara, what does he think? What was?
Yeah, hold on, Kala. Before I was trying to get Navigate in real quick. I'm just trying to make sure he also respond back to what you and Amara are saying, and then play this Bandung conference video, and then we could just talk about that.
Well, you know, the G7. He said something about, you know, the United States controls the G7 because they're the #1 economy, and Japan is part of this here economic group. You know, but actually, you know, USA gets 2 votes because the USA owns Japan. And the USA owns Taiwan. De facto, de jure, either way you want to look at it, you know, when the bottom line, let me finish. This is what I think. You don't have to agree. You know, and the USA controls these people, and yes, you know, it's changed. The world is changing now with BRICS. You know, there's an alternative, you know, backed by superpowers, you know, that other nations that don't have, you know, that kind of security, you know, can, you know, hopefully fall back on. And the world is looking. Communications, you know, these days are better. So instant, you know, you can see instantly when someone's going to attack another nation. You can see it, you know, live. You know, so that, you know, so the propaganda, you know, it doesn't work as well when you can show people the truth. You know, and right now, you know, this world is going through some serious changes. You know, the people are being allowed to pour into this country for a reason. You know, it's not, you know, that we just got so much love for people that immigrate to this country, you know, that we allow them in there. You know, it's people that just came to the USA right now. They get more monthly from the federal government than I do on Social Security right now.
How in the world does the United States control Japan and Taiwan? I want to know about it. What
industry? They blew it up, and they once they blew it up in World War II, they went over there and took control. They do what they told.
America sells very little.
They're a vassal country.
You know what America trades up with Japan is? This is in the tens of billions of dollars. It's probably higher than China's. You know, so how's
the USA do not care how much money they make. The only thing they care about is how they spend it and who controls it and who benefits. Even like Black Americans in the USA, they don't care if you're a billionaire, but they don't want you to take them billions of dollars you got and go build you a Walmart size, you know, department store in the hood. You ain't gonna be able to do that. You cannot spend your money in the Black community to uplift the Black community and make the Black community stronger. If you're a rich Black person in USA, you got to go buy a whole fleet of luxury cars that cost, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars and buy mansions and flex. That's what you do. You do not invest your money in your people. Cause they
Navigate, you're talking about your nonsense. Can you play a video?
Well, hold on. Let's see if Amar can give us a response. Amar, what do you think about that? So think about Navigate response to you and Kala. Yes, I was saying to navigate freely. You know, he's saying he's not agreeing with what y'all saying.
I think. Hello. How United States control navigate why navigate is saying America controls Japan, America controls Taiwan. Is yes, there's two-way trade between United States and Japan. There are agreements on that. Carla, you remember in the 80s when Japan wanted to surpass the United States? What did they do to Japan? They brought it down to their knees. You know what they told Japan? You are in my system. All this, the World Trade Organization, before that, they had something called GATS, General Agreements on Tariffs and Trade. GATT was there before they changed it to World Trade Organization. What America lets you do, this is what the white man lets you do. You see what I'm saying? They let you come into their system. And if you're stupid enough to go by what they say, hey, if you follow these set of rules, at the end of the day, you'll be like me. We can be equals. That's the pitch America sends.
Mara, let me stop right there. But you got to stand with the GATT rules right here. Right at that time, right there was the era of the powerful yen, right? The United States, what the United States did fail to do was create a policy which they could affect the trade balance, which that was all about. And you know what Japan did with all that extra capital? It transferred to Southeast Asia.
Listen. Japan invested in Southeast Asia. But it's the same story. You don't understand what I'm trying to say. This is the pitch America says. Before China came around and China is trying to do what they are doing today, there was no other alternative economic system but the Bretton Woods system. You see what I'm saying? You join the World Trade Organization, you join the IMF, all these people, and the only way to rise up is you go from an agricultural country to tech to build your economy rising up, and you be like the United States. That's the only viable economic. Listen. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the United States is only going to let you rise to a certain extent. You need a fresh system. You need that's what they call BRICS. You need a separate economic system. That's one. Two. No, let me say something. Two. The Southeast Asian countries, their presidents, Japan and the Southeast Asian countries, their presidents are visionaries. African presidents are not visionaries. They are people like you hire for a job. You know when you go to a job and somebody's playing it safe? That's what African presidents are. They're not there to listen. They got the power. They got the power, plain and simple. They're not there to go over, do extra. They're not there to do nothing extra. That's a typical African leader. A typical African leader is to play safe, do enough. You see, because America is a safe play. Until China provides an economic system that people can see the maximum benefits on their own. China came up in the American system. The only reason China came up is because America was trying to split the Soviet Union and China. So China was an ally of America. That's why China came up like that.
You gotta let me
Corporations moved to China to import all those Chinese goods to the USA. You know, those are really USA goods. you know, because all those corporations in China, you know, is developing them.
Amara was saying something intelligent. I want to build on that. You know, no disrespect. You know, all right. Now this, like you was just saying, right? African countries had no visionary. Asian countries had people like Lee Kuan Yew and stuff like that. And when Japan transferred all that wealth to Southeast Asia, these countries didn't follow the Bretton Woods. I watched that carefully back in that time. In the 90s, I was a very good student of all the studying the Bretton Woods institution and everything. And I learned all that stuff like that. Jughead, if he gets on, he could tell you and everything like that. The same thing around the same time. We watched how Asia, right, not only became industrialized, right, but they entered the post-industrial world. Africa hasn't gone through the industrialization process, right, to enter in the post-industrial service sector, information age world where banking, real estate, and finances makes up 60% of GDP. You know, so therefore Africa is way behind, like decades behind the rest of the world. You know, now if you telling me that China is going to do what Japan did to Asia, right, and bypass the Bretton Woods, I'm all for that. That's what I was trying to tell Mike earlier. But I have not seen that yet. I have not seen the talks about how to develop Zambia into industry. So I have not heard that talk yet.
You don't understand. What I'm trying to say is every country you call, Singapore, China, Japan, all these countries have visionary leaders. You have to know the personality of an African leader. It takes a particular type of African leader to push through that. African leaders are playing it safe. They're safe play. They don't. It's one of these guys like you got on the job that is not going to try to mess things up. It's not going to try to find his own way. That's the.
I would never accept that Africans don't have the mental capacity.
I'm not saying you don't understand. It's not a mental capacity. It's just their leaders, is the people in leadership play safe. The only people, the Africans that can move forward. You know how Japan was the example from Japan. You know how Japan has these companies. Listen to this. Listen to this navigate. Listen to this navigate. You know how Japan has Toyota, Sony, Panasonic. Those people individually pursue their excellence on their own. They built Toyota, Panasonic, Sony. They went out of the world on their own, not because of the Japanese government.
Yeah, they're all Japanese that live on one island.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if you build a company in Africa, you gotta pursue that company worldwide on your own.
But you don't have to be owned by the USA. Japan is successful primarily because of the cohesion of the people. They are all the same, and they have a language and a culture. They have a language and a culture, and they've been developed and supported by the USA, who maintains dominant control, even though they serve it to the world as if Japan is an autonomous nation, you know, that has total control over everything, you know, as far as their nation is concerned, which is not true. You know, even Taiwan. And even all the goods from China that's coming to the USA is not all China made. China got started with the USA too, but China is
USA.
You're right about that. They're the same indigenous culture, you know, and you're talking about the continent of Africa, which is one of the largest land masses on the planet, you know, with more languages and more different types of people, and you got more European nations in Africa, manipulating and controlling everything. You know,
yeah, because China, you know why? You know how Africa breaks free? African corporations. You gotta listen. This is what Africa. This is the answer. Africa do not have to depend on their governments. Africa does not lack. For example, the diaspora right here. We all Africans. We work for all these major corporations. We work for all these. A lot of us work for like Facebook and Intel, Dell. There are people who have the technical know-how. Okay? What the African does not want to do is just like their government, they play it safe. You go into this Dell and Microsoft and all the people, you find a safe, secure job. And
they obey. They don't want to get bombed like Libya.
Look at white people. White people. You have 5 white founders of companies. Then later on they break free, and they create their own companies. We don't do that. We can. We don't want to take the risk.
We do it, but the continent of Africa is huge. You know, we play the Europeans too.
No, that's across the board.
We play the Europeans as best we can. The group that played the Europeans the best so far is China. China played them real good and got what they needed, you know, to develop and become strong. And they're not totally free right now. Even China,
with us, we don't have to look to the leaders. We have to bring in, if you got expertise in cars, you work for General Motors, you see what I'm saying? Can you take your severance pay and start a car company? If you work for, what I'm saying,
no, you can't.
If you work for BAIO, you can in Africa. You can.
No, you can't in Africa because if the USA tell that president puppet that they put up,
if somebody in Ghana right now,
they're gonna tell you can't do it, and they're gonna do it legally. They're gonna say we're not gonna give you a permit or nothing to do this.
There are car companies in Nigeria and Ghana. And those people
look at
started.
Gabon just threw out the French too. Gabon.
And
do you know the wealth of the Gabon president? You know how much money he don't poured out of that nation and bought real estate.
What I'm saying,
cars in Europe.
If you got expertise in a certain industry, you can go to Africa and build your own. It happens plenty of times. Listen, you find your own markets. Well, that's what we don't want to do. We don't want to take the risk. We don't want to take. All these people took risks and build up. If you got a communication expertise, you build your cell phones. You find a way to market it around the world. We don't want to do the hard work.
They're producing cell phones in Africa. Yeah, they're producing cars in Africa. They have metropolises in Africa. You know, Africa is a huge continent. You're not going to develop this.
That's where I'm from. Overnight. That's where I'm from. I know. I know.
Right, well,
that's where I'm from.
Appreciate both of you brothers. Let me bring in Jughead. Greetings, Jughead. Welcome to the call.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, Amara. Good morning, Kala. Good morning, Navigate Freely. Good morning, Bomani from the UK. Yeah, great topic. Great intensive discussions. Wow. Yeah. I mean, yeah. The topic today you've discussed is important, Bomani, because the future beckons. The future. I mean, Kala mentioned example of Singapore, Japan. You all made good points. Amara was correct also. You can't depend on governments. Governments are too corrupt. That's like corporations make them powerful and invest in Africa. That's the way forward. If you wait for leaders, we're waiting all day. Leaders aren't going to do it. If they come, fantastic. But we've got to wait for them. Because a lot of them are too corrupt, they're too cowardly to do what needs to be done. So that's up to, so as Amara said, it's up to individuals to develop the resources, the ingenuity to bring, and then go back to Africa and then start from there. That's the way forward. Amara's correct, I think. Amara's correct on that point, you know. You go wait for leaders. You know, we have to develop the ingenuity, the resources ourselves, develop corporations, make them powerful. Look at Nigeria, for instance, my family from Nigeria. Who controls Nigeria? BP and Shell. Nigeria is a plantation owned by BP and Shell. 2 corporations, plus the British government. So that's an example there. Nigeria's not a sovereign country. Nigeria's as sovereign as I'm Chinese. Nigeria is a plantation owned by Shell and BP. So we need our own corporations that we control. And when we have those power, then we invest in Africa. That's how we get our land back. That way, Amara's correct.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to talk about. When you want to, don't look at Chinese, don't look at anybody in your way. Nobody's in your way. You have to have that mindset. You have to have thick skin. Nobody's in my way. If I got the expertise to produce a car, I'm going to do that and find my market. If I got the expertise to make medicines, I'm going to do that and find my markets. I'm going to build my company from scratch. You see what I'm saying? That's the dogged mentality we're supposed to have. Nobody's in our way. But we play the blame game too much.
You got to have the resources to build all of these companies.
Well, listen.
And the number one job for an African leader is to keep his people alive. You know, that's the number one job for an African country, is to keep their people alive.
Navigate. I'm in the agriculture industry. My family produced thousands of we got thousands of acres producing palm oil. Okay. Now there are 5 byproducts out of those palm oils. You see what I'm trying to say? Even the kernel of itself, you use it as a butter to make roads because it's so sticky to the ground that it forms as a natural barrier before you can pour concrete on the ground to make roads. There are 5 byproducts. If you focus on, we like my granddaddy and my dad, they didn't focus on the value-added products because you have to have value to your products. You see what I'm trying to say? You see, they just took like the regularly from the ground. That's what we need to do. You need to spend. Africa is a virgin place. What I mean is a virgin place. A lot of industries, a lot of things have not been developed over there where there's the low-hanging fruits. If you got your expertise from the West, if you got your expertise from the West,
you watch the new Guatemala video about the citrus factory that's here in Asebu. It's a huge citrus factory, because 5,000 acres of orange groves have been just rotting on the ground, because they didn't have the infrastructure, the development,
that's all that's a byproduct.
Now there's a factory that can add value, to that fruit and and other fruits, so Africa is doing added value to the resources.
I'm in the industry. That's where we are. Well, our number one problem is because we got to find markets. Just like I've been telling people all over, you got to go out there on your own and reach out. Don't look at if agreements are fair. That's like that. That's playing the white boy role. You know what the white boy role is? Everything set in stone for you, and you just walk in. You don't have to play the white boy role. You have to go out there and do the hard work.
Go out there and find the market.
You got to find the market on your own.
Europeans
still
gonna get in your way, of those markets.
You have to have that.
Try to find.
Listen, it's like I put a football analogy. If you're a cornerback and you're covering a receiver, there's nobody in my way from making an interception. You see what I'm trying to say? Nobody in my way. But if you have that mentality in your head, like, oh, these guys, they're plotting against me, they're doing this, they're doing that, you never get anywhere. Just hone in on your skills.
I would say you first have to control the markets, within your own circumference.
Even at that is not possible.
They got to trade and develop the economic infrastructure within themselves, intra country economics.
There's no protection in Africa. There's no protection in Africa. I mean, the palm oil industry. People
there's no protection.
I'm giving you a typical example.
That's why you have the presidents of these countries getting rich, because they're getting paid by the Europeans, and some African leaders that's not corrupt. Their job is to make sure that they people stay alive and they don't get killed by these Europeans.
Listen, forget all the government, forget all these people in your way. Grow thick skin and find your markets. It's too much blame now. It's too much blame game. I'm in the palm oil market. Do you believe that people all over West Africa bring palm oil in our country, in Sierra Leone?
Yeah.
But on paper, there's protection. There are laws to protect it. On
paper. Palm oil here.
Listen, on paper. I could cry all I want. I'll be like, on paper, all these people should not be bringing in a product where I should be dominating. But what do I do?
They shouldn't be bringing in palm oil.
Listen, I'm giving you my personal example. This is personal experience.
You got palm oil farms, they bringing in the palm oil anyway from other nations.
Can you let me speak? Let me give you my personal experience.
Well, I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
My personal experience is like the country of Sierra Leone, where I come from. We have protection for certain agricultural produces. Okay?
What kind of protection?
Protection by law.
What does that mean? What do they protect you for? What is the protection?
What do they protect you for? That you can't have imports of certain homegrown, where we dominate locally. You can't have imports because we have thousands of farms like that. So on paper, we have thousands of farms on paper. In practice, you saw we have been flooded with palm oil from other areas. Now I can sit back and say, oh, government, you're not enforcing the laws. I could cry like that. Okay?
Is that palm oil is that from other African nations, or is it
other
from
African nations, Asian nations?
Sierra Leone with palm oil.
Yeah,
that
they're
they
too
don't
big.
need.
They're too big. The two Asian countries that dominate the palm oil trade. 85% come from the palm oil world palm oil trade industry. 85% of them is dominated by Malaysians and Indonesians, because the British took the palm oil from West Africa and Africa and put it over there, and they grew that industry. Now that on paper, the books, the law books say I'm having protection. In practice, I have to compete with all these guys.
Well, there's no protection.
What do I say? What do I say? I say none of these guys are in my way. I'm gonna find my way to dominate my own local industry. That's the target mentality we're supposed to have. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, appreciate both of you guys.
You
And
don't
appreciate
understand.
appreciate you guys' feedback and everything. Amara Navigator is just being negative, but appreciate you inspiring
Well,
us.
the fact
Tell
is
us
they
to
have
get
no
it.
protection, if only on paper.
But
You know,
let's,
the Europeans put the palm oil in Indonesia, and then they imported it to Sierra Leone. Where's the protection? There's no protection. That's the fact. That's the truth. That's not no crap.
Because
That's
there's a lack
fact.
of enforcement. A lack of enforcement on the side of the government.
Well,
Now,
the
I
lack
can
of
cry.
the ability to enforce.
No, it's not an ability. It's just a lack of enforcement because the government
Africans are
doesn't
not
care.
that stupid. Africans are not
It's not it's not stupidity. It's care.
It is stupidity if the way
No,
you
it's not stupidity. It's care. The guy doesn't care about me.
Same thing. They don't care. That's stupid.
No, you don't care about me. On paper, you can put the law, say, hey, I protect you. But really, I don't care about you. I'm just putting it on paper. No, I'm just putting it on paper. I'm just putting it on paper to please you. But really, I don't care about you.
BS. Yeah.
So that's what we got to deal with. So if you have the dogged mentality that nobody's in my way, no government, no Asians, no other competitors,
Well, that's not
I'ma
true.
go on
Somebody, there is something in your way.
Nah, bro, you have to have the dogged mentality.
Navigate, you gotta stop. You know what, fellas, I don't want to go back and forth in this.
Yeah, we like complaining too much.
Yeah, he has a serious mental, psychological issue. He just think the white man is just is like the god of the planet, and they can just go ahead and go do everything. That's why we're all looking forward to the fall of France and West Africa, so we can prove that the white man is not Thanos. Right? There you go, Kala.
Exactly.
Kala, if you want to respond to anything that they've said the last few minutes.
Yeah, well, I will say like this. Mara, I'm glad he called in tonight, right? Because he's an African guy. He sees firsthand when you deal with people, it's not always a white man. It's lazy people with no vision, everything. That's like 90% of it. The white man only comes in when we don't do what we're supposed to do. We allow all this stuff like that because we're not standing up like men. You know, we always say the white man is, the Asian. How are we gonna let tiny little Asians fucking outdo us?
Vietnam, rock on.
Black man talk about how big and bad they are. Oh, they got the deepest voice, got the bass of voice, everything. But yet you ain't got no friggin' nuclear weapons. You have no aircraft carriers. You have no submarines. You have no nothing because you basically let little tiny little Asian, little tiny Chinese. I ain't saying they can't fight like that, but come on, you're supposed to be the big, strong black man, and you worry about these little tiny little Europeans controlling everything. No, we didn't want to the way Europeans did. We don't want to know also. I'm trying to give a history lesson of why things happen. I'm getting pushback. You know, there's no reason why black people in Africa is going through what they're going through right now. And I'm saying let's not jump the gun with the BRIC nation. Yet. Let's wait it out. We have to get ourselves together first. It might be all the situation right now with BRICS. A lot of countries in Africa, like Amar just said, you might probably be ready to deal with BRICS because you got leaders that don't care. If the leaders don't care, if there's no vision or plan, the BRICS don't mean nothing. You know, the IMF, the same loans that Bretton Woods institutions, right? Singapore used, Malaysia used, Taiwan used, Thailand used, and look at them and look at Africa.
Correct. Am I coming, guys?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Go ahead, Jugget, and once you finish Jugget, I'm going to play this video. Go ahead.
I'll keep it short and concise. Just back at what Kala was saying, you know, I always make this point myself, Kala, but mine Navigate Freely, my brother Navigate in Ghana. I call him the real deal because he's back home doing the real deal. Navigate, yeah. Because look how small Korea is still to Africa. Korea went to South America in '53. Teeny Korea, Vietnam fought 3 battles back to back. Japan, France, and USA. Teeny impoverished Vietnam. Impoverished Afghan peasants before USSR in 1979. I beat them. I don't hear excuses, man. Cars might walk around with a bigger buck. Yet these Asian countries, look at Nigeria now. Powerful country, but no nukes. Poor Korea, North Korea has nukes. North Korea has no GDP than Africa, than most African countries, but North Korea's got nukes. Pakistan has lower GNP than Nigeria. Pakistan's got 200 nukes. Where's Nigeria's nukes? Where's Chad's nukes? So we're poor, well, so's Korea. Or we're poor, well, so's Pakistan. I don't hear excuses. Carlos right, you know. I said never this point, yeah, we have to keep your people alive. Libya was bombed, but Libya made a mistake. Gaddafi made a mistake, navigate. If Gaddafi had stayed at the times of Russia, he'd still be alive today. Why is Assad of Syria still alive? Because of Putin. If you remember, when Trump got power in 2017, they tried to remove Putin, but Putin said, no, Assad's staying. Why is Maduro of Venezuela still alive? Because of Putin. You remember in 2018, Trump tried to remove Maduro. Russia stepped in and said, no, you ain't going nowhere. Trump backed off. You see? Because America has nukes. So Russia has nukes, and China has nukes. North Korea has nukes. You see, not just rhetoric. Because their leaders are serious. Africa's leaders are not serious. That's the problem. That's my point. Let me be quiet now.
All right, perfect. Now, Navigator, you want to respond to that? Because I know you have something to say before we play this video.
Yes, he's talking about the nukes, and you notice that every nation that the USA has went to war with and destroyed, like South Korea. South Korea don't need nukes because the United States owns it. Japan don't need nukes because the United States owns it. Taiwan don't need nukes because the United States owns it. And if anybody threaten, their vassals, they threaten to go to war with them, and the United States have 300 military bases all around the world. China and India and all these other nuclear powers don't have all of that, and so it's about power.
So when you say
it's about power. If you have the power, let me finish. Let me finish.
Navigate. Let him just interject real quick, because it seems like you have something really important to say.
On that, that's completely miscarry. That's not in part of intelligent conversation. They don't own Japan. They don't. These are all independent sovereign countries. They got their own currency, laws, everything like that. United States don't have any influence over each country.
Well, that's a ruse. That's a ruse. That's what you see. That's part of the propaganda.
So in other words,
they control Japan just like they control, the rich Black Americans in the United States. They control them too.
It's not the same thing. What language does Japanese speak?
Japanese.
So how do nobody in America?
All of them speak Japanese.
How they own them?
Well, just because they speak a language, they look out for their own self-interest, and so far, being a vassal of the United States has been part of their self-interest. United States can send their corporations over to Japan, and get the type of labor wages that they want and the expertise they need to make money. It's all about making money. Even in China, all the corporations went over to China. They went over to China so they can get that cheap labor, and they let Mexicans, pour it in the nation, thinking they say they want the cheap labor, but only thing the people is doing when they pour over our borders is that only thing they doing is taking jobs, from citizens like Black Americans.
Does the United States own Ghana?
The United States control Ghana. Ghana is not a superpower, and the United States have a base. The United States have a military base here in Ghana, and that's during the Trump administration. And they got an agreement that the United States can bring anything in Ghana that they want to without any inspection.
Hold up, the United States own Nigeria.
They control. The Europeans control much of Africa.
Bottom line
they control the economics all over. Why do you think Africa is so poor? In a lot of areas, it's just because they stupid. It's just that they don't have the control. They don't have the power.
The same face, right? Because you live in Africa, right? You say that you're freed and us living in America. But then you say Africa is being controlled by Europe.
There's a certain amount of freedom here. Freedom comes in degrees.
They control it. And then you say Japan, a highly industrialized country, right?
Yeah, they have a certain amount of freedom too.
So nobody,
even billionaire Black people in the United States have a certain amount of freedom too, but they ain't free.
Nobody has freedom in this world, right? Nobody.
I didn't say that.
The United States.
A certain amount of freedom. Freedom comes in degrees.
The bottom line is navigate. You're talking about your freaking nonsense.
No, you're talking about big nonsense. When it comes down to voting, Europeans, they don't care who votes. They only care about who counts the vote.
You said
they don't care who produced the product. They only care. They only care about who benefits from the wealth.
United States owns South Korea. You said United States owns Taiwan.
They don't own North Korea, and North Korea got nukes.
All these countries basically do hundreds of billions of dollars a year worth of trade with each other, right? And Africa does almost nothing. Ghana's GDP, not even its trade, is only like $68 billion a year. But you said they only control Ghana, not own them. That doesn't make any sense.
They control economics. They don't have to control the culture, the people. They don't have. They can control the people, through the mass media and brainwash them, but they control the resources, to a degree. They control the resources to a degree that the average nurse in Ghana only makes less than $100 a month.
Does America own Sony? Do they own Mitsubishi?
Yes, they own Mitsubishi and they own Sony. Yes, they do.
Drop him off, man.
Just because they got a Japanese name don't mean that they don't control. There would be no Mitsubishi if it wasn't for the USA developing the island of Japan.
Let's get into our videos.
Lord have mercy.
This one is the Bandung Conference commemorated.
In Bandung, back in I think 1954, was the first unity meeting in centuries of Black people. And once you study what happened at the Bandung Conference and the results of the Bandung Conference, it actually serves as a model for the same procedure you and I can use to get our problems solved. At Bandung, all the nations came together. There were dark nations from Africa and Asia. Some of them were Buddhists. Some of them were Muslim. Some of them were Christian. Some of them were Confucianists. Some were atheists. Despite their religious differences, they came together. Some were communists. Some were socialists. Some were capitalists. Despite their economic and political differences, they came together. All of them were black, brown, red, or yellow. The number one thing that was not allowed to attend the Bandung Conference was the white man. He couldn't come.
The Bandung Conference took place during a historic opening for colonized people. With imperial powers weakened by the Second World War, a space was cleared for independence movements to flourish and resist the growing threat of Cold War-induced instability. The meeting's legacy would inspire generations to come. The conference was attended by the many important anti-colonial figures of the time: Kwame Nkrumah, leader of soon-to-be independent Ghana; UNU, Prime Minister of Burma; Nehru, Prime Minister of India; Zhou Enlai, first Premier of China, as well as the American Congressman Adam Clayton Powell Jr. and famed author Richard Wright, and countless others.
The era of the 50s with the era of the third world countries fighting colonialism and winning. Winning because their neighbors helped them. The case of Mozambique, the case of Angola, Guinea-Bissau, the case of Zimbabwe, the case of South Africa, when the African majority decided to fight racism and colonialism, they found that their neighbors, like Tanzania, for example, like Ghana, like Egypt, like Guinea, these countries did not have a lot to give, but whatever they had, they shared. And that was really instrumental in training the first group of liberators, the first group of freedom fighters, to train on how to use the arms and then get them back to their countries, smuggle some guns across the borders, and get them to start the movement. In the liberation struggle, you have to know that time is on your side. The enemy is going to get tired eventually, and they have to give up. This happened, and we know history speak of it today.
Yeah, man, we'll do it right now. You know what I say? Liberation style, grab love in other place. Yo, tomorrow, come in.
Yeah, throw your fists up in the air, yeah, we right here. Rebel music in your area, Philly to Nigeria, Brooklyn to Haiti, Ghana to Liberia. We run things up in our rude boy superior. We on fire, burn your one set sweet. Champion sound, your loud down, respect me. Block that sound, my people is gonna get free. And we machete them like revolution in Haiti. Motherland music, Mau gorilla, heavyweight movement, peace, land, and leadership. Take back what they owe. That's what the mission is. We building God's projects. The pyramid is serious right now. You all know what time it is. Stop killing ourselves and resurrect our villages. I'm down for liberation. The question is who you running with. Round here, the ice talk, and how you running it. Wanted for the people, we feeding them by the hundreds. Give them free breakfast and clinics just like the Panthers did. Them not ready. Liberation ain't no accident. Let's get it in action. This is revolution happening. I can't accept being loaded with lies. We gotta rise out of.
The father of African nationalism, Nkrumah gave funds to other nationalist movements and preached the message across the continent.
This mid-20th century is Africa's. This decade is the decade of African independence. Forward then to independence. To independence now. Tomorrow, the United States of Africa.
They also decided to try to help each other by providing foreign aid, especially China. I'll give you one example where the French decided to conduct a plebiscite in French-speaking Africa to decide whether they wanted to remain under the colonial rule for a while until they are ready to get independence, or they want to get independence and break away from France. The only country that did that was Guinea under Sékou Touré. And the French decided to punish him by stripping the country from everything that they could move, including doors, faucets, bulbs, chairs, tables, anything that they could move, they moved it out of the country. So when the French left, the country was stripped of all its financial resources, of all its material possessions. At that time, African and Asian leaders, some of them were committed to uphold the independence of Guinea by shipping food, by airlifting equipment. They managed to get the country to stand on its own feet without the French. The French wanted to prove that the country like Guinea, with its limited financial resources, could survive without them. And they were absolutely wrong, because Sékou Touré managed to keep the country together under his leadership and became one of the most prominent leaders in Africa that fought colonialism and imperialism everywhere, wherever he could.
South-South unity inherently threatened the interests of the West, which sought to maintain its dominance over land and labor. Despite the unity forged at Bandung, Western interests encroached on the newly independent countries. In concert with the former colonial powers, the U.S. intervened, undermining the self-determination of the young nations. For example, the U.S. backed sabotage missions by Chinese nationalists from Burma into communist China, cooperated with the assassination of the democratically elected Patrice Lumumba in the Congo, and backed the French reinvasion of Vietnam. Across the former colonized world, fragile stability was undermined by a series of coups d'etats, assassinations, and outright invasions.
I believe that Africa would have been better off today if it was united under one government. Africa has a lot of resources. At that time, they did not have a larger population. They did not have the many problems that they are encountering today, like HIV/AIDS. So, in fact, it would have been really a good time for African countries to unite and use their resources wisely and share it.
Given that today throughout Asia, poverty remains rampant and gaps in wealth grow, and that the theft of Africa's wealth remains key to the hegemony of the West, or that for African America, the crisis of economic instability has been described as permanent, there remains much we can learn from the need for a Bandung then and similar unification now. As then President Sukarno of Indonesia exclaimed in 1955, we today also need unity and diversity.
Yes, family, let's get back to our regular scheduled program. That is the Bandung conference. Just some highlights, not really an in detail video. Just want to get some final thoughts and response before we close out.
Yeah, I think the Bandung conference was great. Unfortunately, Africa missed the ball. It seemed like right after that time where you had the Vietnam War and stuff like that, you had the war in the Congo and everything, Europeans were repelled in Vietnam, and the Korean War and stuff like this. But it seemed in many ways the Europeans post-World War II dug into Africa. In fact, people don't realize this, right? That the actual occupation of Africa didn't happen until the 1900s. So therefore, they basically, after World War II, they basically okay, they had a plan to give people, African countries, borders that were created by them, so-called independence. It wasn't really independence. It was just basically, okay, we'll let you self-govern yourself and autonomy and everything, but you still are tethered to the mother country. Whereas Asian countries, like I said, Bomani, had before they have a history of urbanization and stuff like that, written history and everything. They have a history that they could draw on that goes back hundreds of thousands of years. If you don't have that history and everything, and the only thing you know about the world is the first book you ever read comes from the Europeans and stuff like that, you don't have a frame of reference to say, yeah, we could do this ourselves. That's what Africa was held back on. Asian countries could draw back on, the ancient this dynasty, the ancient this dynasty, and everything, past civilizations they could build upon. And people say past civilizations are very, very important for giving them the confidence that they could do the stuff today. In African countries, all they know, you ask most Africans, what do you know about African history? They know nothing about it. They know nothing about the slave trade. They know nothing about even African kingdoms that existed and everything. You can't know continuity. So Europeans took advantage of that, the lack of continuity in Africa, whereas Asia, they had a sense of continuity. They had a long history before the Europeans came there that they knew about, so they had that confidence.
May I come in, guys?
Yeah, go ahead, Jughead.
Yes, Kala. And Jughead, stick to the flow of the subject. Was talking about the video that we just played about the Bandung conference, and Kala was analyzing that the African government missed the ball and they didn't follow the same flow as what the Asians did, and the Asians have a more progressive or have a more progressive region and have a more progressive countries. So that's where we at.
So yeah, Carlo's correct. As usual, Carlo is correct. Like him, I'm familiar with the Bandung conference myself because that was a fantastic conference with my research. But problem is, Africa's leaders were killed. A lot of our leaders were slaughtered in the 60s. That would have progressed. People like Lumumba, Didan Kamathi over the Myanmar, Kenya, Amar Cabral. So we were hampered, and of course Nkrumah was deposed by the British and Americans. So our progress was retarded. But as the navigator said, he's right at some point. You have to be careful because if you try and progress fast, they will kill you. So you have to be strategic because they will come for you. Because they need Africa's resources. They're backed. They need our resources. If we are free and independent, they're finished. So if you're a threat to them, they'll come for you. Hence why you need why you need a strong army, military, like North Korea or China, Russia, because that way you can keep them at bay. Anyway, but back to the point. With the Asian countries, they've all spilled blood. So if I sound bloodthirsty, I do apologize, but I'm telling the truth. We look at back in the 800s when Commodore Perry came to Japan. The Emperor of Japan did a major progress when Japan industrialized from the 1850s to the 1800s, which culminated in the Russia-China War of 1904. The Asians always kicked ass in Russia, China War 1904, in Vietnam, in Korea, in the Philippines. Asians have always spilled blood. That's why they're free, because the Asian white man knows if you come hard on them, they'll retaliate. We've not shown that. That's their problem. Asians have always spilled blood. As well as being progressive, they spilled blood in the Russia-China War 1904, in the Philippines, in Korea, in Vietnam. Asians are no joke. You see? The black man have the same mentality. Yeah, be peaceful, but we'll just spill blood. That's the only way the European language understand. That's the only way you keep them at bay. The Asians they've known that themselves. They've had a long history, as Carl said, that's documented. Plus, they're willing to go toe to toe with the European, economically and physically. We have to do the same. Keep it. That's my point.
I appreciate you, Brother Jughead. Navigate. You have anything you want to add to that before we close out? And remember, we're talking about the reference to the Bandung conference.
The Africans, during the World War I, was carved up into small bite-sized pieces, where the indigenous populations could be easily controlled by a number of European countries, and just like, France, only punished Guinea, with taking petty stuff, that Guinea don't produce and they brought there, but Guinea didn't have anything they really wanted, to the point, that they was going to send their military in there, and resubjugate the place. And, and so they could have the patience with Guinea. They can just have patience. And then, through attrition of economic, because Guinea will come to France, for something, and they will allow them to have it, for a large nominal fee. And that's the way they've been doing to African nations ever since, they carved it up in the early 1900s, so when it comes down to these little other yellow, and, even China was being subjugated with drugs, by the Europeans. They put opium in there. Everybody was on drugs until, Mao Zedong came in here, and he had to do radical things, just to get the people, back under control, He had to do some radical stuff. And you know, and then, you know, China, you know, they played their cards right. You know, I think Africa is playing their cards right. You know, the enemy of my greater enemy is my temporary friend. And so, you know, Africa is doing the best they can, you know, under the circumstances, you know, to take advantage of opportunities that open up, you know, for more autonomy and more freedom. You know, it's all about the economic freedom. You know, the Europeans don't care about the land freedom right now. Although when they want to test biological weapons, they test them here in Africa. Ebola, AIDS, you know, they test them on Africans. You know, COVID was not a serious bio weapon. Otherwise, they wouldn't have, you know, put it in Europe. It was basically, you know, a flu strain. You know, and so, you know, a lot of people think this is conspiracy. You know, but you know, the system of racism, white supremacy is very sophisticated right now. If you don't, you know, just like Neely Fuller said, if you don't understand the system of racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything that you think you know will only confuse you.
All right, well, thank you for that input, Brother Kala. Also, before you go, Kala, Barudi had a comment up. I missed it earlier. I just wanted to post it to you.
Okay, I mentioned. Oh well, you gotta talk to IC3. You know, he sent me the paperwork, and I said I'm all for it and everything like that. He sent me a rough draft. Evidently, he's working on it and whatnot. I said it was something we could agree upon. You know, he said, part of the reparations movement would be seeking sovereignty and territory, because you can't have wealth without having land base to accommodate it. You know, that's what the Afrikstan is so important. You know, and that's not negotiable. You know, that's a line in the sand for me. And so he agreed with it now. Hey, look, you know, so hopefully more people will get on board, you know, if he could draft it up. And I said, look, just basically use the term Afrikstan to describe what you're doing, and I'll support it. And he said, okay. So that's he wrote me an email, you know.
Well, perfect, Brother Kala. And that was one of the last questions. But looking to our closeout, but I want to make sure that you've covered all your points, and if you have any final thing to share.
Can you scroll down and see if there's some comments that I missed?
And family, if you want to comment to show, add a super chat to the comments. Is the best flow to show them. Nothing much.
Yeah, it was a threat to still a threat now. Right now, think of Africa has the same population as China. China has one political party, one government, and everything, making decisions for millions of people or a vast territory. Africa's problem is that 54 countries, right, uncoordinated with each other, no centralized economy, no centralized currency, no one centralized coordinated player. What Africa could have did was, like the Bandung Asian countries probably missing this documentary, was the fact that they surrendered some of their sovereignty, you know, air rights, trade routes, stuff like that, to the greater cause. Africa is not willing to surrender any sovereignty and everything because Europeans pressure them to protect their own possessions. You know, that's why it's hard to do. Let me give you a perfect example of that. Angola, they drive to the right like America. In Namibia, they drive to the left. So it's hard to think. There's no coordinated highway system. There's no coordinated rail system, you know, network, everything, nothing flows together. The telecommunications. Only until recently, you could basically call from one African country to the other. You had to call to Europe, and then they had to put in. Now they have undersea cable, which is making communications better. But that's how far behind Africa is, you know. And so it remains to be seen if you can't have a free trade zone if there's nobody producing anything. The only people that benefit from free trade zone in Africa are the foreign companies and the Lebanese and everybody else that can take advantage of it. That's why Nigeria pulled out of it, you know, because they will have all these francophone countries that are owned by Vietnamese and Lebanese and everybody flooding into their market, right, with no other thing. So I agree with Nigeria on that point, you know. So there's no coordinated, there's no African peacekeeping force and everything that basically solve Africa's problems and everything. and look at everything. The only time now it shows you Africa has the will to do it because they were ready to go to war on the behest of France. But all these other times we had all these problems on the continent with dictators and everything like that, refugees and everything, African Union or the ECOWAS didn't step in.
Exactly. Because I do apologize.
Yeah, and just try to wrap it up quick. Just trying to get to, this was the other question. Go ahead, Jugget, and then one more. The last question right here.
Thank you, Bomani. Callum's point made a good point, and you also navigate. Look at our silly African nations. In Libya right now, 3 years ago, when Libya was selling Africans as slaves, ECOWAS was quiet. Those African scum cow leaders were quiet. When Libyans were selling Africans as slaves in Mauritania, Libya, like something out of a catalogue, disgracing ourselves. But then in Nigeria, there's the right thing in want to be sovereign. Now these stupid African countries, all of them now, they want to get buck. Now they got some backbone. They got backbone for Arabs, selling people as slaves, but they got backbone for their black neighbor. Stupid Africans, idiot. Maybe embarrassed to be a Nigerian. Especially my Nigerian, my family from. They're an embarrassment to Africa. They're an embarrassment to the black race. You want to fight Niger to do the right thing, but our neighbors, the Libyans who sell Africa, West Africans as slaves. You're quiet. You don't threaten Libya, but you threaten Niger. You stupid African mother. Let me be quiet, man.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Exactly what it is. And we also said some Africa. Like, what do you think about what I said about Biafra, right? You saw when the Queen of England gave Murattar Muhammad and all of them their independence. They were sitting there bowing and scraping and buck dancing. Yeah, we get our independence, begging for independence. Oh, we'll give you independence, right? But they kept all the oil fields, the tin, the peanuts. The Nigerians would stack all those peanuts a mile high and everything. All that loot that the British Royal Nigeria Company had, they kept all in place and everything. But little Biafra said, you know something? I think we're going to go do our own thing. Man, they rained down heaven and brimstone on them, and slaughtered all those Biafrans.
Correct, because it never gets said. It never gets right. We're stupid. It's stupidity. It never gets right. I don't put in punches, man. I'll tell it straight. Africans, most of it, we're stupidity and cowardice.
Well, my point was Navigate's still saying that, the white man. No, the white man's only going to do, like, give me an example. Let's say about the CIA. The CIA tried to take Fidel Castro out 27 times and failed. It's only Africa. It's like taking candy from a baby. If you want to dispose somebody and everything, they don't have any, if you get out of line and everything like that, they replace you. They live in fear of the CIA. But countries like Singapore and other countries and whatnot basically got intelligence and everything. Think about even Libya, right? Do you know Libya, when Gaddafi was in power, right? Do you know that they kept track of all the student people overseas, right? And when you come back to the country, you had to get debriefed. Who'd you meet with everything? And they had people watching each other, spying on their own people and everything like that, feeding into intelligence. So if so, you want to come back to Libya and start something, we already know about you. People know they're being watched. Other countries do that, I think Rwanda's doing the same thing. They're watching people, opposition and stuff like that overseas and everything. They know what happens is you get a tap on the shoulder in the library. Aren't you from this country? Yeah. Hey, we want to talk to you. And a lot of times over a meal and some money like that, we just need you to use some information. Blah, blah, blah. Next thing you know, you're doing their bidding. And next thing you know, whatnot, if the person's really ambitious, they can count on them. They study their habits. Are you a womanizer? Do you like material things? They study it. The CIA, the best way I can describe this is watch that movie, The Box. You ever see that movie, The Box?
We're supposed to be closing out on here. I was trying to get you to answer the last question that we have up here. And then if Navigate want to say something, I guess he wasn't on the whole.
I suggest that we reread the book called Confessions of an Economic Hitman. That will tell you what's been going on for the past 50, 60 years, in this world.
Navigate.
Excellent, Navigate. Let me just get to this question. Hakeem said, Kenya promoting free movement and free trade across Africa. This is a start to kickstart free Africa. Does this work, Kala?
Well, the problem is like that. Ruto says one thing, right? But he wants to go to war. Think about it. He wants to go to war to restore this puppet in Niger. So that cancels out everything he's saying.
Exactly.
You know, if that thing breaks out, right? You could have a half of Nigeria secede from Nigeria, and you could have a bloodbath that something like we've never seen. Those people in Niger are ready for war. I've seen some of those guys. You know, they're ready.
Yeah, Nigeria's a coward. We got beat Niger. I said something now. Let me slow down. I talk fast. If Niger got a war with Nigeria, I'm back in Niger. I don't care if Nigeria is my country. I'm loyal to the truth and the concept, not geographical area. Even I'm Nigerian background, I'm loyal to the continents, black global liberation, and the truth, not geographical location. If because Nigeria, I'm Nigerian background, then Nigeria starts war with Nigeria, I'm back in Nigeria. No. I'm back in Nigeria. If Nigeria's a super have to fight your neighbor, do the right thing, then the hell with you. Hell with Nigeria.
Also, how can we have, and I love my brother Hakeem, but how can we have a free trade zone, right? When we have nothing to trade. Everything that Africa produces, we don't produce ourselves. It's foreign companies that come in and extract. You know, we have no manufacturing. For example, Liberia has rubber, right? Show me where in Africa do people manufacture tires? Nowhere. So what is it going to do with rubber besides give it to Firestone? We have to industrialize Africa, and it's going to take a coordinated effort. It's not enough to talk about free trade and stuff like that if you have nothing really to trade. That's a thing I can't understand. I mean, maybe I'm missing something here.
You're not. The Nigerians are stupid and cowardly. You're not missing anything, Colin. Leadership are stupid and cowardly. They're retarded. That's why they have to be removed by any means necessary.
So,
all right, well, fellas, let's wrap it up. Navigate. Are you still on? All right, Carla, it's been a great one, brother. Appreciate your energy and appreciate you joining us, family.
Oh, yeah. All right, Jughead, Navigate, Bomani, y'all have a good night. I think we said everything.
Thanks,
It's absolute family. So you have our details, our information. Reach out, connect with us. We'll keep it strong, keep it going on. And this is some closeout music.
It was the year 1957. The African Republic of Ghana regained her independence from colonial forces under the careful leadership of the Honorable Dr. Bomani Nkrumah. Blessed by His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, Kadamawi, Kadamawi, Kadamawi. Hey, hey.
Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. Son, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. United we stand, and we standing strong. From the examples of Ghana, got to be working together. Black star, black generation. Ice, gold and green. Life, color, life, liberation. Black and pink cross. Symbols from creation. It was a sun, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing. Son, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. The call and response. Rhythms of djembe and kete. Sounding far and distance. Regenerating vibration. From corner to curb. The million voices are heard. It
in the lesson. Return to the roots. Connect your truths and your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your